Welcome to another exciting day here at Vaasa Future Festival and to this event organized by the Klondike Council. I hope you have had a chance to grab yourself a cup of coffee, maybe chat it to your neighbor. And my name is Sara Vare. I will be your host and your moderator today. And well, my task here today is to launch us through this morning and hopefully ask a few of those questions that all of us have on our minds after today's presentations. Well, I'm an entrepreneur in marketing communications. I usually help companies communicate on matters that matter, usually in an international setting and often on sustainability. Yesterday, we talked in the Klondike Council's event, we talked about the strategic role that Klondike region plays in a European setting. And today we will talk about collaboration, both in sustainable energy production, but also within electric aviation and sustainable travel. Before we get started today, I would like to welcome on stage Mattias Lindström, the director of the Klondike Council EGTS. Is it on?
No, EGTC.
I'm sorry. Mattias, what were your main takeaways from yesterday?
Oh, it was a lot of interesting presentations, but the main takeaway is, of course, that the input from the industry representatives and also from the academia on the geopolitical situation and the complexity of all the things we have to do together. There's a lot of focus on the fixed link, and that is of course a good thing because that has been on the agenda in the council since 1972, but there's so much more to it, and we have to look at it as a so to speak, a package of a lot of investments and improvements that has to be done in the region. And of course, a fixed link is a huge one, but it's one of many. But we have now discussed this matter a couple of days, and I'm quite sure that more and more people will start to understand the importance of a fixed link between our regions, both for the service of the industry and the further improvement of the region, but also for a perspective of military mobility and security of supply. So that's a big step forward during these 2 days.
Would you say that we landed on any concrete measures or next steps to be taken?
Yeah, actually, we have already started to take actions, but now that we get this confirmation during these days on how to continue forward, we have a decision in the board that we will start to do actually a detailed feasibility study of a fixed link and start to interlink all the things that is happening on the industrial part and also with electricity and energy sector and the cooperation in relation to that, and of course also mobility and security of supply to start to build a picture and a view of the future and how to make this happen, but also a lot of detail on a detail level to start to think about how it will be constructed and what will be the solutions, what will be the financial solutions, and also of course the environmental aspects.
All right, and today we're going to talk about collaboration in the Nordics. What are you hoping that we will gain from today's discussions?
I hope today that we will start also to discuss how these energy questions and also the reachability of the region is needed in order to achieve the regional development that we want to achieve. And we have good projects going on and had for many years projects in relation to this. And these all serve the same purpose on a bigger level. So I hope that we get a better understanding of this in the region amongst our regional actors and also people in the audience.
Anything else you'd like to add before we continue?
I hope you all have a good and nice day and can take part of interesting presentations.
All right, thank you, Mattias. As you've noticed, we will be speaking in English today, but if you do have questions in Swedish or Finnish, go ahead and well, ask your questions and we will translate them. Right now, I would still like to remind you to turn off the volume on your phones. And if you do get a phone call that you absolutely have to take, please go outside or somewhere where you can close the door behind you. Bathrooms are to your right. The nearest exit is behind you. There's a participants list circulating here today. If you get it in front of you, please sign it, because it's for the financiers of this event. This event is being recorded and streamed, and if you do not want to be on film, let one of the organizers know and we will move you around in the room. All right, now we are all warmed up, I hope, and soon I have the privilege to welcome today's keynote speaker, Victor Salenius, who is PhD candidate at Sade Business School at the University of Oxford. Victor's research focuses on how to promote innovation around the green transition, and especially in energy-intensive industries such as steelmaking. Victor has also studied regional innovation strategies and cross-border collaboration in the Nordic countries for the European Commission and the Nordic Council of Ministers. Before we turn to Victor, I have a fun fact to tell you about him. He's actually a talented singer, and he grows Christmas trees on his family's summer house in eastern Uusimaa. Well, you know, summer is always almost over, so the next thing to look forward to is Christmas, right? Today, Victor is going to show us why cross-border cooperation in the Kvarken region is not only desirable, but quite natural and even necessary in a sustainable transition to green energy production and industry. So, without further ado, where do we have Victor? Welcome up on stage, and please give him a round of applause. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Sara. There we go. That's me. That's my slide. There we go. Hello. So nice. Thank you for inviting me to speak. It's great for a researcher to be able to talk to real people, as it were, and not just academics. If my presentation today, as Sara presented, I'm going to be talking about really the role of collaboration between regions, especially in really driving home this green transition. It's something I study for my PhD thesis, and that I've been looking at for a few years now, especially in these regions around the Botnian Arc. If it sounds familiar to you, what I'm about to say, that's by design. I'm probably not going to say a lot of things that shock you utterly, because from you all who I'm interviewing for my dissertation. That's also why it's a great opportunity to come here and sort of share some early findings with you. I will try to package it in some ways that hopefully give off something maybe interesting or that you haven't sort of thought about in quite that way before. But as said, I'm a great fan of how these regions are sort of tackling the green transition, especially these investments. There's obviously a huge amount of tradition and heritage in these regions in terms of industry, and it's a really exciting time to be looking at it. I've been studying in the UK for a while, but I am originally from southern Finland, as Sara said, and yeah, I've been doing some work for the Nordic Council on some of these reports that have been coming out in the past few years, but now I'm doing very sort of independent work for my PhD. So basically, you know, the outline of what I'm going to try to say in very short terms. I'm going to try to argue that not only is it a nice thing to have interregional collaboration for the green transition, but it's actually, you know, quite essential, and we are really in trouble if there isn't a great sort of build-up of collaboration across Kvarken and also obviously interregionally within the Nordic countries themselves. I'm going to make that argument based on two main points. First of all, that the energy transition and the climate crisis that we are facing is necessitating these kinds of economic collaborative forms that we haven't necessarily had to work with in sort of historical times, but that we definitely have to adopt now. And secondly, that this is actually, quite lucky for these regions that we're in, because there is definitely a tradition and a culture of that kind of collaboration around here that's very unique, and not only to the Nordics, but to Europe and the world. So it's a very exciting time. I'm going to try and have time to talk about some sort of more concrete recommendations and things at the end, but let's see how we do. Another caveat: I'm not an engineer. I'm a social scientist and an economic scientist. So while I'm going to talk about the technologies that are enabling this transition, I'm really going to focus on the role of societies and of different actors and stakeholders in enabling those technologies to grow. And I'm really going to try and drive home the point that the economy is really something quite sort of societal and political at the end of the day. So let's get started. Why exactly is it that collaboration would be necessarily a prerequisite for transitioning? Have we not learned after the past few decades of particularly fast digital disruption and innovation and growth of startups and the platform economy that maybe we can just join one of the big firms, be sold out abroad, get a big investment from a venture capital firm, and scale up and sell our products and live happily. What I would like to say to that is that the reality of this transition looks like a mess, okay? In the global markets that are driving technologies for be it batteries or green steel or electric aviation or hydrogen, these are markets that are only being built now. And that means that, I hope I'm not the only one who gets this feeling when sort of reading the media that it really doesn't feel like it makes any sense. What is disruptive? Who is winning? What's, what countries have the right capabilities? And what is the role of the Nordic regions in all of this? This is not a fluke, and the reason why I think we're so sort of, bewildered by this is that we think about innovation in terms of the learnings that we received, particularly from the digital transition, but from how the market economy has been evolving for the past few decades in general. We are used to models of technological diffusion that look like this. It's called the SCurve, and it's basically, you can plot any successful company or app or something onto this. Basically, you have a fast growth of users and take up, and then it sort of teeters off when everybody has bought this product or built into this company or model or something, and then we have a new one. And so I think what we've imagined would happen is that this transition would be quite linear, and that a big firm and a new technology comes in and eats up the small firm and an old technology, and then we sort of, then we build it up from there, and then it would all make sense. But the green transition is not similar to what the digital transition was, even though they are obviously intimately connected. I'll give an example from the automotive industry and the process of proliferating electric cars. We have the market capitalization of Tesla on the left, and of most other traditional car firms on the right. This is slightly outdated information, but it pretty much holds up still in today's world. If we would believe this, on the basis of what we've learned about innovation in the past few decades, then we should believe that Tesla is going to basically make all the electric cars forever that we're going to buy. because they're so much bigger than everybody else, than Mercedes, than all the Germans, than Toyota, But, who really believes that Tesla's going to make all the electric cars in the world? I don't. And that's because the green transition is mired in structural and very material realities of supply chains, of path dependencies, of things that we've learned in industry for not only for the past 2 decades, but for 200 years. And that's why the old models that we've learned now from the digitalization and the digital transition and the innovation that goes around that, they don't really apply. So it is a concretely different economic model that we need from what we're used to talking about when we talk about the Silicon Valley. Now, I'm not saying that the Silicon Valley isn't an incredibly successful, the pioneering innovation region of the world. But the Silicon Valley was built for what is now already kind of a bygone age before the green transition. It is a mature innovation ecosystem based on digital technologies, not a new innovation ecosystem built on sustainable technologies. The Silicon Valley will play a role in the green transition, but if we look to them for answers about how to build our own models up here, we're going to be in trouble because of the things that I just showed you with the Tesla image and so on. We will definitely be needing all these digital technologies, but we will also be needing to figure out how our existing industrial capacities are not going to be just thrown away, but transformed in a sustainable way. And so, are there any ways then that we can make sort of sense of what's happening in these global markets? The last picture I showed you with all the mess and the different media slides, I've sort of tried to make some sense of it out of sort of some of the main trends that I'm seeing in my work. Four main headings, and it works like this: that on the left-hand side we have sort of a global example of something like this, and on the right-hand side we have something that's more specific to the Nordics. A lot of them are Swedish examples because some of these Swedish investments came in earlier than the Finnish ones, so we've had more time to look at them, but they obviously apply just as well to this side of Kvarken as well. First of all, as opposed to just 10 years ago, we have loads of new types of business models and actors coming in that we're seeing basically every month pop up in different parts, both of the world and of the Nordic countries. That means especially that we have both startups and a hugely important role for the incumbent big traditional industry firms who have decades and hundreds of years of experience and who are innovating besides and in parallel to these startup firms that are popping up. I have some examples of that from the Nordics there, and on the global side then we have a lot of these tensions going on. Secondly, we talked about this yesterday already in the other session, so I won't repeat those remarks. But obviously, the energy transition especially is now in a completely, we're thinking about everything for the past year and a half in completely different terms in terms of geopolitics, which is once again an incredibly important and central word, and it used to be something that we had slightly forgotten. And this is not only, Europe and Russia, right? It includes the role of the US and the growth of Asia that was also talked about yesterday. Thirdly, the political economy, national institutions, governments, and regulatory bodies once again have perhaps a larger role in this transition than it has had in the past decades. On the one hand, we have these big global players sort of fighting it out with each other. On the other hand, the example I have here is from the north of Norway, where basically political decisions to assign a lot of the available electricity capacity to the electrification of the oil industry has meant that the north of Norway is not able to build out green energy projects as much as we are in Finland and Sweden at the moment. So very important decisions. And then lastly, and perhaps importantly, we have this weird dynamic where at the same time, firms and corporations and consortiums are competing with each other for, market power, but they are also absolutely, forced to coordinate and collaborate. And some of the projects like Hybrid in Sweden are obviously very openly a collaborative project between independent firms. In other cases, like just 2 weeks ago announced in the US, where big companies that don't really have a consortium are still coming together to solve some of these problems in the electric vehicle industry. But at the same time, we still, like the headline down there, we still also definitely have competition, and we have scarce resources, especially up in the Nordic countries, where we maybe had thought that we have as much energy as we need to, but we've started to realize that we need to sort of build out these structures in order to be able to make it. And so we have this sort of dynamic where we're both collaborating and competing at the same time. Now, I'm not going to spend too long on this slide because these are the same 4 points that I was just making with the pictures. But just to say, I'll sort of keep it up there for a few seconds. These are some of the, some anonymized quotes from people I've been interviewing about these things, both in companies, in regional government, in national government, and in agencies. And they're all from different parts of the Nordic countries. Perhaps I'd sort of pick out one on the third bullet point, the last one there. This was said to me by a regional government official. The last time these industries transitioned like this was when they were created. Municipalities did not even exist as an organization back then. Today we are expected to bear all the costs alone instead then, as opposed to the national government. So really interesting things coming out, and as I said, that are really sort of suggesting to us that the models that we've used to think about in terms of innovation for digitalization do not apply, especially not here at the regional level. But now I'd like to sort of delve slightly deeper still into this question of collaboration. I hope I've sort of made the point that collaboration, in general between companies economically makes sense in this situation because of the challenges we're facing with the green transition, but that still doesn't quite answer the question of whether we also need collaboration between regions specifically, or whether we can just focus on, on our own town and our own municipalities. It is obviously an easy thought to potentially come to that, that who gets these investments is a bit of a zero-sum game. Not everybody can have the huge factory. So if it goes to the neighbor, then perhaps that's bad for us. This is sort of where the Nordic energy trilemma and the report that the Nordic Council has posted on this comes in. And the thing is that the interlinkage of these different problems, that it's not only an economic or a company problem anymore, but it becomes a problem of really of social entrepreneurship, of social justice, and of security of affordable supply, means that that the sort of model of only focusing on our region, the math doesn't play out anymore. The need to solve these challenges across the entire value chain, and not only that, but with adjacent sectors, means that we can't only focus on the one industry that we have in this region, we have to work together with the industry that's in the other region as well. And so you see that the interregional collaboration in this case doesn't just become, it's not a fun thought that we sort of think about when we have time, but it's something that really without which the transition will not, it will face huge bottlenecks and it will not move at the desired speed. There's definitely talk of a Klondike effect up here in the sort of highlighting the potential risks of all these investments at this speed that we've had. They are, of course, incredibly important for the regions, but some of the things that I've listed here really highlight that that it's not quite as easy as just founding the factories and sourcing the skills from somewhere and moving thousands of new people in at once. From energy capacity to skills to, very importantly, housing and infrastructure has already proved to present quite systemic bottlenecks at different areas in the Nordics, and really highlights the need to collaborate across sectoral and regional boundaries in a way that we perhaps hadn't anticipated that we would have to do. Now, the good news is that there's precedent of this kind of collaboration working extremely well. The sort of one term that I'd like you to take away from today, and if you want to do some reading, there's loads of books on this sort of slightly funny term called coopetition. So when you collaborate and compete at the same time. I'm sure you've heard about twin cities and twin regions, and that really sort of puts in a regional perspective what coopetition means for firms. Originally it's something for firms to do together, but it can work just as well for regions, I think. And we see it well in the sort of the twin city regions where such as the Malmö-Copenhagen area that has done terribly well in medical sciences, for example. With just this model, you're not collaborating on everything all the time. That wouldn't make sense. But you really highlight some of the issues, both in society and in societal planning, and in economic and industrial planning, where you can harmonize the material flows or the flow of the labor market to your mutual advantage. And I've highlighted there some of the ways in which theoretically this makes sense, especially in the case of asymmetric shocks. So in the Kvarken region, for example, the case that we have two different governments and different energy markets to an extent, and means that some of these challenges are not faced exactly at the same time in Finland and Sweden, for example, which can be incredibly beneficial because then we can build and work together to sort of even it all out in regional development. Now, the other good news is that this is definitely already happening, loads in just a few years that we've sort of been seeing this development. We are already seeing a lot of specifically collaboration through integration, right? As opposed to just modularity, where we sort of sell each other things. There are definitely, both in industry and in regional government, there are signs that there is increasing amounts of sort of sitting together and planning how we're gonna make the transition work. In terms of twin cities, the coolest example, I think, at the moment is Boden and Luleå, who for a few years prior had been considered to be sort of rivals a bit, and they were sort of a bit embittered with each other because there was a mutual feeling that collaboration isn't working that well. That's all gone. They are working together incredibly closely on these steel investments and on the other investments that they have. They also face loads of challenges, but an even cooler example would obviously be a bridge over Kvarken, because that would be the largest twin city that we have up in the north of the Nordic countries. But let's hope that comes to play one day as well. And then in terms of collaboration and coopetition, in practice that I'm sort of seeing, I already mentioned hybrid as obviously a big player, but definitely something that works with that principle. Energy sample over here that was talked about previously in this conference and so on. There are really cool examples of how this is already working in practice. The same thing in images that I basically just said. These are the regional innovation scoreboards of these different regions around Kvarken. And as we see, I'm not going to go into detail, but as we see, there are sort of some similarities and overlaps that we can work with in terms of innovation, capacity building, but it's not all completely the same. And that really gives this sort of dynamic of coopetition, that extra flair that means it's worth going the extra mile to do this. So that was sort of the first part of the argument, right? That, we really have to collaborate between regions in order to make this work. Secondly, though, and even more good news, this place right here is perhaps the most unique place in the world to do exactly that. Firstly, the institutional context of the Nordics and what some authors have written about in terms of Nordic capitalism and a particular form of collaborative industrial production, where, the way we built our economies in the entire Nordics, in Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark over the past centuries have meant that our educational systems and our legal systems and our industrial systems have, melded together in quite a beautiful way. I'm not going to go into much detail on that either, but just to say that there is, we have that baseline. We have a comparative advantage for exactly that kind of collaboration, which happens to fit together perfectly with the green transition discussion. Secondly, specifically in the botany and then Vaasa and the energy cluster as a good example, also on the more micro level, we've built our industrial structures incredibly well here as basically a form of an ecosystem where we have a few big firms in this town who have always worked together with smaller firms and sort of made it all work regardless of there not having been huge in-migration, for example, of talented labor and so on. So I can answer more questions about that if you're curious about how exactly the Vaasa ecosystem is sort of built up from this perspective. But just to say that that it fits this model incredibly well. The only small problem is that, especially from a European perspective, it's obviously quite small in terms of population, and that's just how it is. And that is why, particularly why, as was talked about yesterday in comparison to, in relation to the building of cities, right? That there's an excellent opportunity to just couple together some of these regions, which immediately increases the market capacity and the size of the labor force that you're effectively playing with to make the transition work. Lastly, on this point as well, this is also already happening. When we look in the sort of first few years of how the transition has been moving, and it hasn't been that many years, right? But basically what was happening in the very beginning is that the regions in North Sweden and the energy companies there were facing a problem of transitioning, of selling the energy that they had spare to the south of Sweden because of grid transition issues, and started thinking about what you might do with that. Then at the same time, there was a big data center, the first sort of big data center of the Nordics opened up in Hamina in Finland. And then these cities that have sort of been working with these different investments and industry establishments have just been basically teaching each other, different things that you can do with the green energy that we have and with the industrial capacity that we already have. And this is definitely an interregional thing, right? It's not just one city getting a huge factory. It's one city getting a huge factory because a city in the region next to got some other huge factory 5 years ago, and ever since then that region has been working very sort of strictly in order to make industrial transition happen at home as well. The interesting thing, especially about the energy sector here, is that in hydrogen and in the grid structure, from what we know about those technologies, they are already sort of forced to create a supply chain as they go along. And what I'm sort of arguing in that regard is that, this can easily be expanded to societal planning at large. And from a perspective of innovation systems, which we like to talk about a lot, I'd like to make sort of one perhaps sort of concluding big point before sort of wrapping this up. That when we really talk about it, it quite is a learning experience, right, that we're doing together across these regional boundaries. We are used to talking about innovation systems as triple helixes and a set of different elements from education sectors to industry to government. But at the end of the day, that are things that an innovation system needs. But what an innovation system is working together to create a shared vision of what we want to do and what we want to fund and how we want to innovate. The quote that I have here is from Gary Pisano, an innovation scholar, who I think said it quite well in one of the sort of main definitions that we use of what an innovation system is. But I really, the part about synthesizes ideas and selects, really, it's a worldview. It's how we think about innovation. And across these regions in the Kvarken area, we really have the same worldview about these things. And that's sort of why, while we might think currently as our innovation systems are as focused on one region, on the ideas level, we are already a much larger innovation system in this region, and to extend that into practice would only make sense. So I hope I have sort of tried to convince you that that coopetition and in this Botnian area, collaborating and competing at the same time over regional boundaries is not only a fun thing to do, but the only thing we can do. And you can bet your bottom dollar, as they would say in America, that if we don't sort of voluntarily do this now, then the structure and the size of these energy of the energy transition and what you need to have a hydrogen economy the size of which that we're planning, that will happen anyway in about 10 years. We will be forced to have more sort of day-to-day connections over Kvarken, but we might as well just start already, right? These are just some of the points that I've been saying. As I said, the embeddedness of the entire society is what this really is about. It's not just the sort of the technological system, but it's the entire labor force that needs to be in play. And succeeding in this, I've put down some ideas of what this could look like. But wouldn't that be amazing if really this area would be the first place in the world where the climate transition in industry had such an effect to really create a sort of a larger regional innovation system in both social and economic terms. From theory, I'm not going to go into this theory, but I'm just going to point out that we're sort of working here. This is I can talk about this later with you if you want. And the Silicon Valley model that I mentioned earlier, that's up there in the other end, where both in practice and in theory, this is a truly unique situation. As you see from all the green areas up there, we really are innovation leaders, and sort of Europe seems to know it too. This is the European Innovation Index. But from all I've told you today, I hope you agree that it really isn't surprising that we are innovation leaders. It's just something that we need to harness, even to a larger level than we have so far. This is my last slide. It's sort of, it's not a consulting project. I'm doing research, so this is not, don't take my recommendations as too seriously. But based on what I've said, there's definitely in the first 2 points, there's so much space to work on these sort of the models that I termed as coopetition, but that you can call whatever you like. You're definitely doing many of them already, and there's only space to do more. Coordination, because of the regulation and the legal systems, it's better to do it before, the bottleneck has occurred than after. We have seen it, as I mentioned, in North Norway with the slight crisis with energy supply there, that we need to figure out in which order the energy is going to be distributed across these projects, and that's something where interregional collaboration can be truly forceful. In terms of EU projects, they are incredibly helpful, but the EU is also a big and quite confusing agency. So I would focus more on building models that are truly unique for this region than on sort of only migrating a term that the EU uses for their policy programs, because they might well have changed in 5 years' time, and then then we can't really work with them anymore. Second to last point. The different business models, as I say, there are both startups and big industry companies that we already had, and startups that are local, and there are so many different types of players involved in this transition. I would really focus on including all of them, because otherwise we're going to have a sort of a usual suspect situation where we have great collaboration projects, but the new industry that's coming in doesn't know how to deal with it and doesn't know the traditions of collaboration that exist up here. And very final point, to hopefully drive home the point about why this is a societal rather than strictly an issue of technology and exports. This region is going to need a lot of people, right, over the past years to make this work, especially across, both Finland and Sweden. Those people aren't going to move if there is only one sector that somebody can work in, because people come in usually in families or in larger groups. So it really is a question of society as well. I think I'm going to stop there and leave it open for questions, but thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Victor. So if somebody in the audience has a question, I'll let you think about it now. But before we do, or let the audience ask you something, I'm curious to know, are there other regions in the world that you can compare with ours that face similar development issues that we do here?
Thank you. Well, in terms of the energy transition specifically, I think it's really interesting to look at other countries that have big energy resources, so Canada and Australia and these kinds of, that have mining industries and energy industries and sort of quite innovative populations. What I would say, as I said, that I think definitely that these regions in the Nordics are first out. They're really first movers. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of excellent examples of somebody having done exactly this. But to take it slightly further, I think while I said a lot of what I said about the Silicon Valley, right? It's a mature innovation system. It works differently with the sort of the VC-funded, very sort of competition-intensive model that they have over there. It didn't necessarily used to be that way. So there are some interesting studies of how the Silicon Valley came to be back in the day. And I think that's, the sort of the history of some of these very successful innovation systems is something that can be quite exciting because nobody was born that big. Yeah.
All right. Do we have a question in the audience? Anyone brave? Yes, over here.
Hi, my name is Kari Valkama. I come from Merinova Technology Center. I just unfortunately came very late to watch your presentation, but thank you very much for it. But I have missed this because you may have explained it earlier, but what do you think is the biggest challenge or risk factors that we may encounter in this area?
I had one slide on that. It's quite far back though, so I don't think I can try and go back there. But I mean, they are definitely not completely unheard of. Down there on the second bullet point, sort of, I mean, I think that the biggest risk factor actually is not that these investments are not going to come through. I think many of them will. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting technology happening up here. I just think the risk factor in the long term is whether there's enough sort of dynamism and people here to maintain that and to make that into something more than just the production of energy, right? Like it's not, we want to be the brain center as well and not just the energy center. And so what people talk about in terms of fly-in, fly-out regions, and I talked about the Klondike effect, building loads of stuff fast and then not really having planned it through. I think sort of on the whole, I think that is the biggest risk. Then there are smaller risks that are not at all sort of unimportant, like building enough housing that we've already seen with some of these investments has been perhaps a bigger risk than planned. But yeah, on the whole, I really think we need to carry this region sort of over to the next generation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one more question, but we have to move on after this. Over here.
Yeah. My name is Alan Berg. I'm from Midt-Scandia in Norway. So thank you for a very interesting presentation here. When I think about cooperating, I see a lot of challenges between the regions and municipalities and who have been competing about almost, at least in Norway, but I think Sweden and Finland as well, you probably recognize this. They've been competing about everything, hospitals, people, yeah. So where do you start to cooperate? Where do you begin this travel?
Yeah, well, if I can go one slide back to my recommendation thing.
I'm sorry. No.
Sorry. No.
Well.
Basically the third point there, the concrete project focus. I think, in Kvarken it would be the bridge, right, or the tunnel, or whatever the project is, or the energy, or a collaborative energy market that assigns whatever electricity we have in a new way. So you start small and you start with something so specific that it's absolutely essential to collaborate there. And then, as I said, it's collaboration and competition at the same time. So you definitely need, you can still compete for hospitals and schools, and we will do that because that's just, the demographic challenges we're facing in the Nordics. But you just can't let that spill over into the places that you really have to collaborate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thanks
Victor.
so much.
Thank you. And I'm hoping we will hear more from Victor soon in the panel discussion as well. Next up, we're actually going to talk about these concrete measures that are underway in our region. And our first pitch today comes from Maria Jalvemo, Program Manager at Svenska Kraftnät, which is the TSO, the electricity transmission operator in Sweden. And through her program, Fossil-Free Upper Norrland, Maria is responsible for the transmission investments of Svenska Kraftnät that cater to the gigantic investments or electricity needs that are done in northern Sweden right now. A cool fact that I can tell about Maria is that she's very much into board sports, snowboarding, water ski, these kinds of sports. And she's a board member of the Swedish Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. So that's a fun fact for you. Maria is going to tell us about the planned energy transmission investments in northern Sweden, as well as their importance for the green transition, as well as the military defense and our collaboration over the border. So, please welcome on stage, Maria.
Thank you, Sara. Very nice introduction. Very good. Nice to be here in Vaasa. It's my first time, so thank you for the welcoming. So the agenda today is as follows. I'm going to talk a little bit about the background, the drivers for our investments in northern Sweden, and what the electricity market looks like. It's changing every day, as you might know. A little bit about the actual program, what it consists of, the investments that we're making and planning in the future. And then also, I would like to just tell you some of the key factors for success that I've found in my work. I've been having this role for a year and a half now, but I have a background at Svenska Kraftnät for 5 years prior to that. And I also have a background in road and railway planning, so it's interesting to hear about this bridge. Mostly in tunneling, but bridges are also very important. So at the moment, we have a lot of investments in the Swedish transmission grid, also in the regional and local grids as well at the same time, but I'm going to talk about the transmission grid, which is the higher voltages, 220 to 400 kilovolts. We have a lot of reinvestment, need for a lot of reinvestments. We have an old grid in Sweden, one of the earlier in the world, earliest 400 kV networks in the world. So it was built in the 50s, 60s up to 1980s, because that's when the hydropower and also nuclear power was built in Sweden. So we have a big need for investments in the grid. But at the same time, we also need to do a lot of system reinforcements, get rid of the bottlenecks in the system. Electrification, that I'm going to talk about a little bit about today, mostly industrial electrification, but obviously also transport. And then we have a new energy mix that we need to adopt the transmission system for this new energy mix in new places and new kinds of energy, electricity production that we need to adopt the system for. So we have to do all these 4 things at the same time in the grid. So obviously this is a big challenge for us. So you can see our investment plans. It's been quite flat, not a lot of investments for many, many years. This goes from 2013, if it's difficult to see. And if you look even more historically, we have really low investments in the grid, which poses a lot of challenges for us. But as you can see, the outlook for the coming years is really big and really challenging for us. So this is what it looks like in Sweden at the moment. And I think today almost all people working with market forecasts in the electricity business see that we will need one more Sweden when you talk about the electricity consumption. So we go from around 140 terawatt hours yearly up until between 300, I've also heard forecasts about 330 terawatt hours yearly towards 2050. So it's a big challenge. It's one entire Sweden. A lot of this electricity need comes from different industrial sectors. Mainly the steel sector, I would say, is the biggest electricity consumer, but also other sectors, chemical, petrochemical, and such. So we can see almost a triple in the need of electricity from the different industrial sectors in Sweden. And as you might know, a lot of this electricity will be used to produce hydrogen. So you can see the nice cloud up there says that from this increase that we see in the need for electricity from the industrial sectors, almost half of it consists of electricity that will be used to produce hydrogen for different things. I will not go into depth about hydrogen usage, but steel industry will be a big player in this field, but also methanol and things like that. Electromethanol, I think you call it in English as well. So this is just the scale for you as a background. And I'll talk a little bit more about the scale. I talked about the need for the new energy mix that we will see. Hopefully, we will get a lot more wind power into the system. We need it, which I will show you on the next slide. And this is quite an old forecast. I don't know if it's, I mean, everything is old now if it's more than 2 weeks, isn't it? So this is probably 2 years old or something, but I think it holds up quite nicely if you look at the scale. Onshore wind power is increasing, but mainly offshore it will be, hopefully, a big player. And we, as the transmission system owner, we need to connect all this production. So that's also a lot of big investment projects only working with connecting the electricity production. You don't need to understand what top load means in the transmission system, but at the moment, if you look at the northernmost part of Sweden, the bidding zone 1, SC1, which is north of Umeå, actually, we have a top load of around 1,100 megawatts. And with all the applications that we have to connect more consumption to the transmission grid, we have a future need around 2050 of more than 11,000. So you can understand it's more than a tenfold that we need to transport in our grid. And to compare it to the total Swedish top load today, which is 25,000 megawatts. So you don't need to understand what top load means, but you see the scale. It's big. And this comes from our short-term market outlook that we produce, I think, once every 2 years. This is also, sorry, the graphics is in Swedish, but I think most of you can understand it. What you can see here is that to the left, you see the demand for electricity, and to the right, you see the production. And as you know, northern Sweden is a big producer of electricity for the rest of Sweden. So we transport a lot of electricity from north to south. But already around 2027, we will reach the pivoting point where northern Sweden will need to import electricity. This is quite big. So as you can see today, northern Sweden produces almost the double of what it consumes. But 2027 already, which is quite soon. So that was the background, just to make you understand what kind of landscape we're operating in at the moment. The investment program that I'm responsible for, we have different investment programs. For example, the projects around Stockholm is one investment program. The cables to other countries, for example, new cable to Germany is another investment program. But this one that I'm responsible for is called Fossilfri Upper Norrland, or Fossilfritt Övre Norrland in Swedish. It consists of projects around a bit more than 1 billion euros at the moment, but it's growing. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what we have ongoing projects at the moment. I'm going to start with Aurora Line that you can see on the right. We have just started part of the construction of Aurora Line. It is a cooperation project with Fingrid. Very important for different aspects. For example, it's a project of common interest within the EU, which means that we have gotten some EU funding for it, but also it has a different status, which means that some things in the permitting process are a bit easier for us. So this PCI status, as we call it, has helped us a lot. It will be commissioned towards 2025, which is quite soon. And on the Finnish side, it's already, I think 1/3 of it has already been constructed. So we're working towards a common goal and really close cooperation with Fingrid. So there's a Finnish Aurora Line project and a Swedish Aurora Line project at the same time. The next is probably the hybrid, what we sometimes call the hybrid project, because they are going to build a demonstration facility in Gällivare. So they need a lot of electricity for that demonstration facility. It's a full-scale demonstration facility in Gällivare. And the new transmission line for hybrid needed to be built really, really quickly. So it's a really, the schedule is really tight, and we're working towards a really challenging goal time-wise. And planned to be commissioned in 2026 already. So it's, we have just sent out the request for bidding for construction. And then we have a package that we call Norrlandskusten, which consists of 8 projects, different sizes, and it's both transmission lines but also substations. And the commissioning is around 2028 to 2030. And as you can see on the map, we have different fields in different colors, and that is sort of coming projects that we see that we need to do something in the future, but we're not entirely sure what, but something needs to be built. And also for LKAB's big transition in Gällivare and Kiruna and Svappavaara it will result in several projects up to Kiruna. And as you can see, we do not have a transmission. We do not have any transmission lines up to Kiruna. This is my last slide. Is that okay? Just some key factors for success. We're working a lot with lead time reduction. Normally it takes 14 years to plan and construct a transmission line, and all these industrial players in northern Sweden say that, no, that's too long. We cannot accept that. So we have more or less promised that most of these projects will plan and construct in 7 years. Quite challenging, but also a lot of fun. We are challenging all our internal and external processes in many ways, and I could talk about that for a really long time, but I won't bore you with that. But please come to me afterwards, and we can. We need to be more flexible than we have been. We have a really fast-paced environment that we need to work within, and we need to adjust when things happen around us. Perhaps some of these industrial projects will not be realized. Then we need to adjust our plans. So it's a whole different way of working than we're used to. Stakeholder engagement, really important. We try to involve all our stakeholders really early on and try to actually use the competence that we have, local competence, because we need to understand our surroundings when we plan and build new power lines. So we involve people really early on. We have this Argon network, which the landshövding in Norrbotten is responsible for, and we use it a lot to find the right people and to find shortcuts to finding the right people, because it's really important. Permitting process, it's more or less on the critical path for a project, the critical time path. The permitting process is quite lengthy, quite complicated, and we also see that it's not always as transparent and predictable as we would like to. So there are some initiatives in Sweden to look into this, but I think we will need to continue making it even more predictable and quick, while obviously also still legal, within the legal limits. And then competence development, I don't know if I need to talk about, because you understand this really well, but I mean shortage of engineers, but also other personnel, sort of such as construction workers, operational personnel, and things like that. So we see a big shortage of competent people. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much.
And we will soon have a chance to talk more with Maria in our panel. So our next speaker here today is Peter Hedman, the project manager of the project Bothnia Green Energy. Peter has an extensive background in regional development. He has worked as the executive director of the Regional Council of Västerbotten. But for the past decade, he has actually worked mostly on clean tech and cross-border collaboration. Today, Peter will talk to us about the importance of Nordic cooperation in the energy field and how the first steps to collaboration have already been taken with the project Bothnia Green Energy, which is led by the Kvarken Council. An interesting fact that I can tell you about Peter is that he's an avid runner, and he's currently training to run the Brussels half marathon, which is in October. Way to go. All right, let's welcome him up on stage.
Well, thank you, Sarah. I'm glad here to be here warming up for the running in Brussels, but it hasn't been so successful during the 3 days that I've been here, because this isn't the first time when I'm in Vaasa, not on the Finnish side. So when I came here, or in Jakobstad, was it Jakobstad, yeah? 2 days ago, I got this welcome home sign. So then you meet so many friends, and then there's no time for running. So you just have a nice time and worked a lot during these days. So it hasn't been that successful in that way, but it might be in other ways. Well, energy cooperation and sustainable energy solutions are more important than ever before. There. I think so indeed, and I guess Victor, he has addressed lots of the questions already in his speech. I think so indeed that it's more important than ever. And you have listened to his presentation of the report from the Nordic Council of Ministers about the Nordic energy trilemma. And it was developed in light of the energy crisis, but still it's quite actual for us, and it recommends actions that had to be made on different levels. It said the Nordic level, it says the national levels, and it said the international level. But also it's important with the regional and local levels. They are really important, and that's what we discuss here. It has identified 22 risks where actions should be taken. And Victor has discussed the importance of strength and cooperation and integration. Here we talk about integration, you talked about coordination. We sometimes talk about integration in this area, in these matters, in the Kvarken region. And we all agree here, of course, then that the cooperation in the energy field and common energy solutions are an essential part. Regional actors, stakeholders at regional and local level are really important in this field. And you make a feasibility study, Matthias. Where are you? Somewhere here. Back there. I always talk to Matthias, but he's in other discussions. A feasibility study about a fixed link, a bridge or a tunnel. Was it that? Or is the fixed link also a power cable, or was it called transmission link? Was it the correct word? I'm not so good at that you heard here. And other kinds of energy infrastructure. Just a question when you do this feasibility study. I don't know about it, but is that included? It's important for us that work with these issues. Well, cooperation and integration in the Kvarken region, it's important, discussed from different reasons. Energy supply, stability, companies' competitiveness, national security interests, and green transition, other reasons that we have discussed. So there are so many opportunities and so many challenges, but what is the correct things to do? What's the right things to do on the regional and local level then? Victor addressed that question also. We said, and I guess Kari, who is a part of the project team, said, what are the main challenges? What shall we work with? I guess that was the context of your question there. So, if we go on, we have started that one. We have spent the last 2 days in Jakobstad with 6 energy companies. Kokkola Energy, you know the energy company in Kokkola. Herfors, the energy company in Jakobstad. Vasa Elektriska, Skellefteå Kraft, Umeå Energi och Övik Energi. And the reason for this meeting was that the 6 energy companies, together with the cities, the companies that supports business development, and the regions have realized that the common challenges and that they're convinced that the development cooperation is very important, development of cooperation. So we have met for 2 days at the workshop. So the collaboration has already started. And we had a Nordic trilemma report that you heard about as a starting point and discussed what risks are important, most important, and which challenges can we face together. So that's really what should we do in our context, and the energy companies had this discussion. But it wasn't enough with the risks discussed in this report. We had to add other risks and other challenges and other actions. And they have to be relevant for the Kvarken region. They have to be relevant for partners on both the Finnish and the Swedish side. So what have we found out then? Well, the energy companies, they decided about 4 proposals of 4 pilot projects to go on working with within the focus areas of smart usage of energy and green transition of the society. And security aspects are also important. So now we will refine and develop these ideas, and I thought that, well, it would be a nice place here to tell you about these proposals, what the energy companies think would be the most important things to do. But I'm not allowed to do it because it's under work on them. But I can say one example that we focused on, that Victor focused on, was the labor supply area. And we hope that the cooperation there, that we can start some kind of trainee pool, working together, everybody, and it can be supported by, hopefully, Isak, with electric flights that can fly from the different cities around here, working together. So that's a question to you, Victor. When can we start this and working with the electric flights? To maybe some few minutes then. What do we do in the project then? This kind that I'm a project manager of. It's called Botnia Green Energy. It gives power to the cooperation and integration. We support cooperation between energy companies, make it possible for them to meet, to solve common challenges. We identify ideas for energy solutions and support their development. We think that 10 joint solutions is our ambition. We should develop networks and collaboration in the Nordics with other partners in the Nordics. And we support also the building of a long-term collaboration platform for energy issues within the Kvarken Council. And that's important. We said there are lots of projects, but it has to go on continuously, and that's the way we do it. So we have a project that works with these issues already. But now, Sarah, I think it would be more interesting to listen to, well, the panel discussion maybe. Is it so? Maybe. And what I wish to say, this is a festival, and then we need the real rock stars, don't we? And
right.
These are the energy companies.
Thank you,
panel,
Peter.
maybe.
So yes, let's dive into the panel discussion. And for this panel discussion, I'd like to welcome up on stage Ann-Kristin Schmidt, Head of R&D at Skellefteå Kraft, Maria Jalmemo, Program Manager of Svenska Kraftnät, Viktor Wistbacka, Development Manager at Härfors, and Anders Ahlid, Director General at Kommerskollegium, the National Board of Trade in Sweden. Please welcome up on stage. So we already actually heard a bit of what has been discussed in the past few days in this energy collaboration that is happening in the Kvarken region. But Ann-Kristin, from your point of view, what, as energy companies, what are the concrete benefits of collaborating?
Well, I think we can learn from each other. And we could also share common challenges. And I also think the fact that we actually can work together is an issue.
Thank you. Victor, do you have anything to add? What are the concrete benefits of collaborating? Seeing as you are competitors, but now you're
bringing interesting people together, you get interesting ideas.
For sure. Anders, what are the benefits that you see in this energy collaboration, looking a bit from the outside, but from a general EU perspective?
Well, thank you. I represent the National Board of Trade, as you said, Kommerskollegium. And for those of you who do not know Kommerskollegium, the National Board of Trade, it's Sweden's agency for international trade, EU internal market and trade policy. And addressing the question from that point of view, I think evidently cooperation is always needed, provided that it is between companies under a framework condition in which they also compete, and that mix will be important. And we know that there is a need for better regulation of the energy market in the EU and the electricity market in the EU. We've come a long way amongst the Nordic countries. But also the framework conditions for trade of other sorts in other products and goods and services will be key for the development of the energy companies up here as well. To do this together, and for the green transition, which is a global problem, efficient markets are a key condition for this to happen in the right way.
Thank you. Maria, do you have any comments to what Anders just said? And maybe a bit about your role as a TSO in energy collaborations in the Nordics and especially in our region.
I mean, we work really closely with the regional operators today, such as Skellefteå Kraft. I think we need to work even more closely with them. As an example, we had a common plan with the grid around Skellefteå, but when we looked more into it together, we realized that it was not the most efficient plan. So now we have a new plan for the grid around Skellefteå, which will be more cost efficient and such things. And I think also, since energy and electricity is becoming a scarce resource, we're not used to that in the Nordic countries, especially not in Sweden. And when we look at new technological solutions and sector coupling, as we call it in the energy sector, we need to use all the different forms or sources of energy and electricity in the most efficient way. For example, sometimes hydrogen is really good as an energy form, and then we need to use hydrogen. Sometimes electricity is the most efficient, and then we use electricity. And to be able to find the most efficient way of using the energy, we need to work more closely, I think, with each other, because otherwise we waste it. And it's becoming more scarce, so I think that's also a point I would like to make.
Thank you. Victor, do you see what are the hurdles and the challenges that you as energy companies need to overcome to cooperate better?
Well, the green transition is quite difficult because you can just build bigger wind parks and more transmission lines. You have to bring the problem down to more local levels as well. Because now you have problems with the electric markets. When prices are negative, that's a sign that the markets don't work properly. So the TSO's task is to develop new markets for regulating power and frequency reserves and things like that. And our energy company's role is then to respond to these markets and build resources.
Ann-Kristin, what would you say? What are the challenges of cooperating, if any?
One big challenge is that we have to learn more about each other, I think, both as people and our companies and operations. I think that's a key, and I think if we do that, we could make a real impact, both in short and in long term. So I think that's the most important.
Anders, what would you say that needs to be done on a Nordic and EU level to reach this cooperation that we are looking for in our region and in general?
Again, coming back to the framework conditions, the rules that are needed for making this a success, I think there are many aspects. Making sure that markets stay efficient, as I said. And we see too many examples, both in the EU and globally now, of stakeholders that want to create friction and protectionism. We should do away with that, because the energy companies here need a functioning trading environment. And also we've seen what a huge increase in demand we see in front of us in terms of electricity use. Again, efficiency key. I think all stakeholders should think about what kind of regulatory environment that is best conducive to what is going to be needed. And two examples where we have worked at the National Board of Trade, which I just briefly want to mention. One is trade in used batteries. We know for the future the battery companies will need to recycle old batteries and use the material from them for new batteries. And there are so many restrictions on the possibility to trade in used batteries that we have to look at and modernize the regulations for. Second, also important for the efficiency, standardization. We still see a huge need for ideally global standards for the electrification, not least in the transportation sector. And there again, I think the companies, the regions, and the governments should work closely together in order to make sure that our way of seeing these standards being formed are successful.
Thank you. Do we have questions in the audience? I think over there we have one.
This is maybe more directed to Maria and maybe Victor and Ann-Christine. Sorry. It's regarding the connections, like physical electrical connections that we have. And I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Leo Biskata from COSEC in Karleby. The electrical connections between our two countries. We have the Aurora lines 1 and 2 and then the Fennoskans, which especially the Fennoskan have had the function of supplying the southern Sweden with the electricity that haven't been able to run through Sweden. And how do you see the future of the connections, like physical, electrical, maybe even hydrogen connections between our two countries in the future? When you in the northern Sweden have the rapid increase on the demand side, and we also on the other hand have in Finland maybe even more rapid increase on the supplies and especially in renewables that you have in Sweden. Is the function of these connections changing in the future, and is there room for even more connections when we are getting more and more, or we want to get a dispersed renewable supply? Thank you.
A lot of questions in one, but I will try to answer it. We are, together with Fingrid, looking into the future connections between Sweden and Finland. On the land side, mostly. The current plan, because things are changing all the time, but it's to plan an Aurora number 2. So it's on the land side. We also need to renew Fennoskan, the cable connection. I mentioned earlier today to some people that there was a plan to build a Kvarken cable. It's on pause at the moment, but we will see what happens. So I think first and foremost we need an Aurora 2 because that's what our analysis have shown when we work together with Fingrid in these huge grid models that we work in. And we need to strengthen the grid where it's mostly needed, which is, of course, a really, really complex task. So Aurora 2, I think, is the first physical connection that we will see starting in a planning phase in the near future. And also the renewal of Fennoskan, which is reaching its end of life. There were a lot of questions in anything else do you want me to elaborate on?
Yeah, is there room for more even? And that's maybe the question of a Kvarken link. So you said that that's on pause. I think
yeah.
You answered that question.
I think there is room for more. We need to do it a bit gradually. As I said earlier, it's also important to be sort of flexible and to understand what happens in the landscape. We see that on the Finnish side, you're a bit quicker to build more renewables, which is positive. We hope that we can catch up eventually in Sweden with more offshore, mainly wind power. I think also with the geopolitical situation, it's important to strengthen between the countries and to make Finland, of course, lessen the need for energy from the eastern side. So I think that's also why Aurora is a PCI project, and hopefully the Aurora 2 will also be a PCI project, because it is important to strengthen the energy market within the EU.
Thank you. Do we have another, maybe a final question from the audience? Yes, over there.
Thank you. Well, I'm Victor. I already spoke earlier. I think my question, especially given all these huge investments and the sort of the need for energy that's sort of right now, and big sort of players wanting to come in and sort of book up the available and the future capacity of electricity and maybe hydrogen as well. Do you, from the side of the energy sector and the energy companies, do you have any ideas of how we might reform the current system of sort of allocating the capacity that we have? Because it seems to me that a lot of the time, you know, these firms are booking up much more energy than they might eventually end up needing, for example, and then we face this sort of bottleneck of having too much demand to sort of the supply that's being built out. So we had an interesting discussion about this over dinner as well with some colleagues last night. So I wonder, do you have any ideas for how we could solve this regionally?
Do you want to start, Ann-Christine, from a region?
Yes, I can start. This is a very important question, obviously, for us, and we work very much with it right now, actually. And most of our time are spent to explain for current customers and new how the system are working. So they have a better understanding what it means to book up these large quantities. So I think we have a very important role in this green transition to support and guide our customers and business partners in this kind of questions.
Maria?
There has been a lot of discussions about this in Sweden. I've now been involved in discussions within the Luleå area about this specific topic. The booking system doesn't work today. I think we can all agree on that. And we need to find a better solution. We are working on it at the moment. It's a bit difficult if you look at the legislation to find sort of legislative support to sorry, I'm not used to talking about this in English, to find legislative support to actually sort of prioritize some projects before others. So I think we sort of scrapped that idea. But we can sort of demand more from, for example, the regional networks when they apply, when they want to increase their subscription. We can demand more information, such as an energy analysis, quite early on, so that we can understand better what they will use the electricity for. So that's something that we're looking into right now. What will this energy analysis look like, for example? So that's one thing that we're doing, but it's sort of a stepwise process to finding sort of a better system for this. It's tricky.
All right, thank you. And unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I would like to ask you a final question. With one word, what would you like to see, or maybe two words, but what would you like to see be focused on in the next year or maybe 2 years in terms of energy collaboration? What is, in your opinion, most important? Anders, do you feel like going first?
Energy cooperation. I would say that look carefully at the framework conditions for trade in energy and what bottlenecks are out there that needs to be tackled, and then make sure that relevant stakeholders, companies, academia, society at large, act together. And coming back to things that I work with, standardization, mutual recognition agreements, making sure the Nordic labor market functions well, stuff like that would be key, I think.
All right, thank you. So framework. Victor?
Electric system resilience.
Okay.
It has to withstand the unpredicted power supply from renewable energy and so on.
All right, system resilience. Maria?
Action, getting things done.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right, and Ann-Christine?
I agree with Maria. We have to make it start. And I think this Bothnia Green Energy project is a good way to start, and also within the Kvarken Council operations. So,
All right.
so get started.
Great. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. We still have time for a bit of sustainable transportation as well, and we're going to talk about electric aviation. And our last pitch today comes from Isak Brännström, the project manager of the Kvarken Council Electric Aviation Project FAIR. Let's see. Oh, we do have the right slide up there. Working for FAIR, Isak has for the past 2 years studied how sustainable aviation can be made reality in the Kvarken region. And well, before I let him to speak about it for himself, I'm going to tell you that he's also an avid runner, but he runs on trails and is currently training to run the trail run competition in on the high coast in September. But please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I think I'm going to give a little bit of a recap of what we have been doing in the FAIR project. That is a project focusing on electric aviation that has been running for the last couple of years. And then I will briefly introduce two new projects that the Kvarken Council is taking part in actively in the coming years. All right, so first off, I would like to say that the technology, when it comes to electric aviation, when it comes to low emission aviation, is really in a quick pace of development. There are currently several different aircraft models ranging from more sort of drone or vertical takeoff and landing air taxi aircrafts to more conventional but still smaller regional commuter airplanes. And Peter asked the question about the timeline, when will this be ready? And I would say that from a technical perspective, I think most of the developers are aiming for the second half of this decade, so say around 2026, 2028, something like that. And there are different solutions for powering these planes or these aircrafts with electric motors. You could either power them with hydrogen fuel cells or with batteries, and these have different pros and cons. But in short, the technology it looks promising. And we have studied what this could mean for this region, and I would say first off, even though the technology is promising, it will have its limitations initially. The first generation of electric aircrafts will not have that long ranges, but they will be enough for the needs of this region, and therefore it looks really promising. We also have sort of a lack of good east-west connections in this region, where aircrafts and aviation could really have an important role bringing the region closer together. And in the FAIR project, we summed up by pointing out 9 different measures that we thought were really necessary, or the next steps to make this happen, make this a reality. And this range from more technical measures that need to be taken at airport level, for instance. I would say this is already underway. We have seen at Skellefteå Airport, for example, they have installed a 1 megawatt charger, and they have electric aircrafts operating for flight training at the moment already. And I will also say that the bigger aircraft operators in each Nordic country is really looking into this question and what needs to be done at the airport level. So it's an ongoing work. But then also getting back to Peter's question earlier, it's not just that when the planes are ready from a technological perspective, then we can start to fly, but we need to see in this region in particular, we don't really have an active regional cross-border aviation system. At the moment, we have more sort of charter or on-demand flights. So what we really need to think about is who is going to fly on which routes with these planes. This is sort of a bit of a new market for aviation, or a old new market. We used to fly shorter routes to a greater extent earlier on in history, but then we have moved more towards long-haul flights. So to introduce this type of regional flight is something new. And I said I was going to introduce two new projects. They are just about to start after the summer. And the Kvarken Council will be a part of the first project that is called New North, Transport, Logistics and Security of Supply. This project is focusing on the transport system in the sort of northern Sweden, Norway, Finland, wider region. Continuation of the FAIR project, picking up on one of these measures that we really thought was important, and that is, as I mentioned, this is not just a sort of a technological question. The technology will get ready at some point. There are several companies working towards it, but what we need to understand in this region to make this something that is truly beneficial for us is to understand the demand of the region. Why do we want to fly, under what circumstances, in what directions, at what frequency, and so forth. So this is the question that we will really focus on during this project, and we will do that by mapping existing travel patterns in the region, and we will also do surveys with residents of the Kvarken region to find out more about people's interest to fly and under what circumstances. And not least, I think it's really important to understand also the private sector, the businesses of the region. There's a lot going on. What needs will they have in the future for transporting people and transporting goods with aviation? So we will do in-depth interviews with companies, and we will do in-depth interviews also with authorities, municipalities, regional authorities, since we think they might also have use cases that are that the electric aircrafts could be a good solution for. So there you have it, the short brief introduction to these new projects. They're just about to start. If you want to hear more about them, I'm sure we will get back with more information in the next coming months. So thank you.
Thank you, Isak. All right, very exciting. And we're going to talk shortly about this in the next panel discussion. And I'd like to welcome up on stage Peter Kjellberg, Project Manager in Tourism at Vaasa, and Elisabeth Kivimäki, Key Account Manager at Into Seinäjoki, Sigge Forsman, CEO at FAB Kronoby Flyghangar, and Niklas Andersson, Infrastructure Strategist at Sundsvall Municipality. And please give them a round of applause. As we are talking about cooperation, my first question here today is, what cooperation needs do you see on a local and a regional level in terms of electric aviation? Sigge?
At the first, I think it's really good that we can continue with the FAIR project, and glad that the Isak and Terrains also take part of this and take care of it. But I think that if we're talking about the local cooperations, I think with my colleagues from Seinäjoki and from Vaasa as well, we have in the Swedish side, to get really much closer cooperation and to understand also what will the FAIR project will show. But the main thing here, if we are talking about what we need, is to get the authorities to make the rules and the laws in Finland and Sweden in the same way, because we have obstacles there to now for PSO traffic, for example. So this is a really important thing.
Niklas, do you have something to add? What cooperation needs do you see? on a local and a regional level?
As Siggy started, the most important thing, as I've seen, I've been working with electric aviation since 4 years, but it's the regulation, because we have nothing, we just talk about that. We see all of the technology is going fast forward, but the regulation is not. And we say someone has to do it, and the state, but the state will not do it. So that's why we have an idea for a project between Sweden and Finland now, so in Kvarken region about that.
Thank you. Peter, how would you say, how will electric aviation change the way we travel?
I think that we will see an increase in passengers traveling by air, because when we have this infrastructure in place at all the airports that we're using today, but also the airports not used for regular air traffic today, we have a great network of airports, and that will ease the way of traveling. It will be easier to travel, it will shorten the travel times. I mean, for example, if you travel today from Seinäjoki to Lycksele, it will be by train, boat, bus, probably, one work day. So it will be easier to travel, and it will be easier to meet people. So an increase for sure. And as Isak said also, we don't have these east-west connections, so it will be a very good surplus for us.
And Sigge, how do you think that this will change? How will electric flights, what will they entail for small and mid-sized airports? What will change for you guys?
I think it's a good opportunity for all smaller airports to continue and keep in force, because we have smaller airplanes, we have not so big costs, and we get new, of course, companies as well who are interested to invest as well in the airport as well in the traffic.
Elisabeth, do you have something to add? What do you think what will this entail for us, both in terms of airports and regional development?
Yeah, I think it gives hope to
small... Oh, please.
Yeah, is it on now? Yeah. Yeah, I think it gives hope to small airports, because currently it's not feasible to operate, like with the current aircrafts, certain routes. So we get new routes that can be operated from our airport. And also, of course, it boosts the regional development, and from companies' point of view, so I think it will increase business relations and business opportunities, as well as tourism and mobility of people in general. So it's a positive, very positive development from our point of view.
Niklas, will flying then become truly sustainable when we see these? Well, we have other modes of sustainable flying as well, but can we say that it is sustainable with electric aviation? And what other forms of sustainable air travel do we have?
Electric will just be one part of it, and today we have different sustainable fuels, and they are increasing in the production in Sweden and so on.
Can you give us a few examples?
In Sweden we have this forest company SCA, who's together with, I think, ST1 from Finland, is building or planning to build for a green biofuel from the forest industry that will be enough for Sweden's domestic flying, and but battery will be. Why you will use battery planes is because of cost, lower cost for shorter runs. So it will be a mix of all this hydrogen and so on. So, but all three will make it happen. But battery will be probably the most cost effective.
All right, and another form of well, aviation to think about is drones. Elisabeth, what is the role of drones in the transition towards sustainable aviation, and what can we use them for? What will they enable?
Yeah, well, you can do a lot of things with drones, and a lot of companies are already using drones for different purposes, like lifting solar panels, to help installation work and so on. But in Seinäjoki, we have put a lot of focus on drone logistics. So Seinäjoki Airport is going to host the very first drone port in Finland for this Bulgarian company Dronamics that has developed an unmanned cargo drone that can carry up to 350 kilos of cargo within 2,500 kilometers distance. And this gives a new opportunity for companies in our region to get their products in the European market on same-day delivery. And it really opens a new gateway for companies. Yeah, the Dronamics operation, they are taking care of the middle mile deliveries, but then we are also looking into the first mile, last mile deliveries. And we want to establish kind of an innovation hub at the Seinäjoki Airport to develop that industry as well, so that goods could be delivered all the way to the end clients and customers. A few examples.
All right, very interesting. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, and do we have a mic?
Fredrik Sandelin, regional developer, Jakobstad region. Peter talked about increasing in traveling volumes. We have talked yesterday and today about the need of new people moving in. Already we are talking of the ferry line, that another ferry would be needed already today for both goods and travelers. Is there a need of a bigger project for the whole of this region, looking into a broader way in the logistics and infrastructure? I mean, ferries, buses. I know we have a front-running bus company on the side of Finland that really are innovative and look at new ways of traveling. To combine all these things, and what do we need the day when we have doubled the population in the Quark region, which we should do? Is there a need of a project looking into all these different logistics?
Maybe Peter?
Yeah, I can start. I think it is needed because when we are talking about traveling, we are always talking about travel chains. It's not one mode of transportation, it's several. I mean, we have to combine train, bus, flights, whatever, because you don't have a railway anywhere, you don't have airports at any city, so you have to have the big picture, I think. But also when you're talking about starting with the electrical flights, I mean, when we have this, as I said, when we have this infrastructure in place, we have a very good connectivity. It attracts new businesses, it attracts new workforce, it attracts new inhabitants. So I think it will come by itself step by step when we get the spotlight on this region as an developing also in transportation. We will have these cooperations coming.
Do we have more questions in the audience? Over there?
Hi, my name is Kari Valkama, I'm from Merinova. I'm quite fascinated about electric aviation, and I've been following, for example, what is happening in the US, and they're also developing sort of vertical takeoff and landing craft, which are sort of a mixture of a normal aircraft and a drone, but they can sort of move people around. So can we see any kind of a future sci-fi scenario anytime in the near future, perhaps, where we have this kind of like sort of flying vehicles which are taking off vertically, landing? Can we expect to see them anytime?
It's not sci-fi. I've been visiting companies that are non-public, that has this vertical takeoff machines in Sweden, and it's not it's not the future. They are here now and they're doing testing, but the thing that will be the most important thing is regulation, because we need to start with the three-dimensional city planning, because the big challenge is the lower airspace where these aircrafts will fly. We don't have a regulation there, not in Sweden, not in Finland, not in Europe. There are at European level like a first step towards this, but in Sweden all cities have their lower airspace planning under 1,000 meters. That's about to each city. So we need to find a regulation for that, and we are starting now to do that, because we need to start with three-dimensional city planning to have roads in the sky, like Back to the Future, so you can really follow them, and they are only allowed to fly in certain places and certain roads. So that's going to be, but it's not the future. I've seen them, so in Sweden.
Sounds really interesting. Thank you.
All right. My final question, and for this is, again, just one or two words. What do you think, or what should the next steps be in electric aviation here in the Kvarken region? What steps need to be taken? Let's start here.
That, at least in Finland, our government gives money to build up the charging stations at the airports, because without these we can't start up these projects.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we need to start getting ready for the electric future, the electric aviation, and we need to make sure that the airport network is maintained to serve the operation in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, and for me it's regulation, the traffic regulation in the sky and in the cities, the lower airspace. Because without that, no one can fly. It doesn't matter how much we can charge at the airport. They will not lift.
Yes. And Peter, a final word.
Yeah, start talking to potential operators, potential airlines, present potential routes, passenger volumes, let the numbers do the talking.
All right, thank you. Let's give our panel a round of applause. And do we still have Matthias here somewhere? I can't see him, Matthias Lindström. I'm hoping that we do have him here. And also Sture Udd. Is he here? No, maybe not.
Sture was here around. Is Sture there is the lost sheep.
So just to wrap up today's discussion, Matthias, if we start with you, what would you say was your main takeaway from today's discussion?
I think the main takeaway is that we are on the right track. It's good, and by the way, it's good for me to start before Sture, because otherwise I have nothing to say after him. But anyhow, yeah, it feels like we are on the right track, and we are already doing the things that we need to do in the region. And we have to continue doing this and take it also a step further. So that's very promising for our region to be able to present also things that international experts see as necessary that we do in the region. That's very comforting. But it demands actions, and it demands that you on a personal level also do things. Because Sture always used to say that nothing happens if you don't take actions. And those who take actions are persons who are interested in developing the region. And that is us here, sitting here listening today. So we all have a responsibility to start doing things in order to create a better region for the future.
And what's your next action after today?
Of course, we will continue with this ongoing projects. We are already planning new ones, and as I said in the morning, also the detailed implementation study of a fixed link is something that we are going to continue with, and we also want to involve all relevant actors in that process.
All right. Thank you so much, Matthias, and thank you for everyone today. I think Sture Udd has some message for us still. But for my part, please, thank you so much for today.
as usually in Vaasa Innovation Center, nobody is allowed to sit and talk without also committing to do something, right? So if you have been sitting here now 1 or 2 hours, it means for sure you have to perform. We have the right to check that you create things according to what we have been talking about. Now, one easy method which I should say as a wrap up. Check in every position, in every issue, is there between the ears, think Kvarken. For example, if you have a football team in Umeå, in Vaasa, are they thinking Kvarken? What can Kvarken bring to their football team? Secondly, if you had an educational problem, are you trying to solve it and thinking, what could Kvarken, potential Kvarken knowledge, Kvarken people bring to solve the problem in healthcare? So you need to start to understand that we need the Kvarken economy thinking. We need the Kvarken logistic thinking. And this is not secondary. This has to be fully equal to what we standard working with in our projects as separate. We need Kvarken education, we need Kvarken university, we don't need you money. We have to think this way. We need Kvarken culture. We need Kvarken media. Why? We have round about 1.5 million people. And they understand nothing about Kvarken at the moment. Nothing. Why? Because we have a catastrophic situation with media. Who is not telling them what is Kvarken? Have not told them the last 30 years what is Kvarken. What Kvarken can bring to the table. Kvarken sports. We are collecting after half an hour with Professor Sacco from Italy, a group, and there will be announced that Kvarken region has a possibility and right to be not part of, not a satellite, not something who is copying some stupid thing in Brussels, but a leader and a trendsetter for rest of Europe in all aspects of so-called culture, which is not opera. Opera is also culture, but it's not about how to sing opera. It's about how to do new working culture, how to have new sports culture, how to have new entrepreneurial culture. Everything is culture. So we do it from a new point of view. And that meeting will be held after an hour or two. So the Kvarken thinking is here the most important, and then the last, to do accordingly. In final, if you appoint somebody into a position, in the requirements why to elect these people has to be, has this person any experience and has he shown capacity to understand what Kvarken can do to improve his work and to improve his performance. So think Kvarken, that's the final. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sture. And again, thank you to our speakers today. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, the audience, for your attention. Have a nice rest of the day and a great weekend.
And thanks to the moderator for excellent work.
Thanks.
let's say, could be called breakthrough event. Culture 3.0 is not defined. You are now here to define it. It's depending on you. We started Culture 3.0 activity in Vaasa Innovation Center last year. During the year, there has been several, let's call them working groups, testing, discussing how to perform, how to utilize the idea. So today, first of all, Pierre, Luigi, you have a sick relative at home, but decided to take a special travel solution to be able to be here today, because he feels and we feel that this is not a just ordinary discussion evening. Today we should decide things which have impact, a huge impact, not only for our region, but hopefully even have impact for Finland and for Europe. So please understand, you are now part of a European impact proposition, basically. That said, we will today listen to Pierre. He would explain to you how he thinks Culture 3.0, what role it is important for us from his perspective. Then we will go through cases which has been doing things and trying to implement the ideas of 3.0. We have, I think, 6 such now will explain to us. And then Pierre will comment, are they acceptable or not? But before these cases, we have on site also Rosa Meriläinen, Kulta General Secretary. Okay. And she has the right and obligation to tell us how the national perspective fits in to this issue. So welcome, and I give now the floor to Pierre.
Thank you very much, Sture. I only take my phone with me just to use the chronometer, because I don't want to go beyond the time that I have for this. But I'm really happy to be here in Vaasa. As Sture said, it's a complicated family moment, but I really didn't want to miss this opportunity. It's my second time around in Vaasa, and I think that it's very important to start a real conversation, very practical conversation about new opportunities that can be created through culture in a region like this, in particular in the context of the Kvarken region, because as I will explain in a moment, I think that here we could have some kind of ideal situation in terms of making of this region a possible laboratory for innovation for Europe. Why? First of all, Culture 3.0, how does this come out? Well, basically, the idea of Culture 3.0 came out from the effort that the European Union made back in 2011 in creating a new open method of coordination table on culture and creative industry. Open method of coordination tables are the tools that the European Union uses to launch new ideas in fields in which the direct responsibilities of the member states. So Europe can only make suggestions, but only the member states can really adopt them. And cultural policy is one of those. But in 2011, the idea was, okay, so culture is becoming important for Europe, but in which sense? So at that point, they asked me to prepare a report to kickstart the discussion And in this report, a new idea came out. I don't have the time to elaborate. There are interesting stories about how this came out. But the idea came out that basically culture is not just about the entertainment or the experience economy. Culture is very much about behavioral change. And by the way, this is not an invention. Behavioral change and culture have been in a very, very close relationship for hundreds of thousands of years. Humans have basically been interested in culture for most of our cultural history because of this. Rituals, collective events are not simply moments in which people get entertained. These are situations in which people have very, very profound and important experiences about how to navigate the world, how to change their attitudes and skills, how to regulate their cognitive and emotional strategies, and so on and so forth. So this idea basically led to what has become, in 2018, the new European Agenda for Culture. I could say a revolutionary manifesto on how to make cultural policy the center, not just of a sectoral policy, but really a system-wide policy. With the new European Agenda for Culture in 2018, the idea was that culture can connect to psychological and physical health, it can connect to social cohesion, it can connect to innovation, it can connect to environmental sustainability. For example, as a consequence of this, the new European Bauhaus was launched. And now the new EIT kick, Culture and Creativity. The fact that we have today a kick on culture and creativity is honestly astonishing, because the other kicks so far have been devoted to topics like energy, manufacturing, climate, digital, food. These are first-tier topics in policy. Nobody would deny that. The fact that there was a decision to put culture and creativity at the same level, it's something that has not happened so far anywhere else in the world. So from this point of view, Europe is really on the forefront of innovation. And also at the same time is now inspiring so many other countries outside Europe to take culture much more seriously. Just to give the idea, in terms of the relationship between culture and health, today the WHO, for example, has fully endorsed this agenda, has become literally a global player in terms of promoting new programs of cultural welfare, literally pursuing health objectives through culture, and this thing is astonishing. Astonishing because only a few years ago, it would have been science fiction. Everybody would have said, what? I mean, culture and health, are you kidding? But now this has become, in some sense, one of the most promising and quickly growing areas of research. Just to give you an idea, with a mixed group that we have now with Harvard University, we just conducted a randomized trial in Kenya, in Africa, in a situation in which you have one psychiatrist for 1 million inhabitants. You have situations in which mental health of youth in critical neighborhoods where they experiment violence and abuse at unbelievable levels is such that levels, for example, of serious or medium serious depression are skyrocketing. We experimented a randomized control trial using one particular kind of a cultural intervention lasting 5 days, 1 hour per day, 5 hours totally, against a traditional normal intervention in skills building, okay? We found in 5 days a statistically significant decrease in the levels of clinical depression. It's something that literally could have not been achieved with medical interventions. So as a consequence of this, there is an extremely serious interest now and also concern that this kind of opportunity should not be lost. By the way, speaking of this in Finland, is speaking in a familiar place because Finland has been the pioneer of this with the Turku European Culture Capital and Social Prescription Experiment. Finland has really been the first country that implemented this. And it's been, by the way, the first country also to introduce this kind of programs at a regional level. So this is one of the reasons why I'm telling you that in a moment like this, there are very clear reasons why Finland could be one of the most important, if not the pilot country, and in particular, we are at the European level, there is a huge interest in inter-country experiments like the Kvarken region that is perfect from this point of view, because it could really inspire other countries that are in similar situations. Think, for example, of so many regions in Europe that have this bilingualism, but in situations that are much less cooperative than what is happening today between Sweden and Finland. Think, for example, of Romania and Hungary. Think, for example, of Italy and Austria. I mean, there could be countless examples like this. So if a project like this of cultural impact in terms of behavioral change, and I'll explain in a moment what I mean by this, can happen in a region like Kvarken, this could become literally the pilot experiment at a European scale to start thinking of culture as one of the most important policy resources that we have. Just to give you the idea, the next kick after culture and creativity in 2026-27 will be about water. So we are really speaking at the highest possible strategic level. From this point of view, concretely, what do we mean by this? Well, we are learning, or better, we are relearning through an enormous amount of research that, by the way, is also being fostered by the Horizon Europe program. We are relearning that culture has an enormous capacity to improve our skills in so many different ways. For example, one thing that we generally don't understand is that culture has an enormous impact on the potential of innovation of a region for a very simple reason. Most cultural experiences are surprising experiences, but also upsetting experiences. Most of what we experience through culture is not immediately understandable to us. Doesn't necessarily make sense. Sometimes it's even irritating. These things, what is this? I mean, sometimes we are completely upset because different ideas, different styles of communication, strange languages. But what is the consequence of this? If you get acquainted with this experience of getting irritated and getting over it, you are literally experiencing how to cope with diversity. What is innovation? Innovation is the challenge of taking a strange idea that nobody really understands and nobody really cares about, and sometimes even nobody ever likes, and turning it into something that is adopted at a social scale and changes dramatically the opportunities. How can you do this in a society in which people are not familiar with strange ideas and people are not familiar with coping with strange ideas? So what we see at the statistical level is that the level of cultural participation is a fantastic predictor of innovation. The more people participate in cultural activities, the more they are literally trained to become more innovative. Does this concern culture? No. It concerns also other sectors, and surprisingly, one of those is sports. Why is sports related to innovation? It seems strange, but in the end, what is sports? I mean, whatever kind of sports, if it is soccer, it is ice hockey, I will choose it. You're watching the game. What you are trying to do with your brain? You are all the time trying to predict what will happen next. And most of the game is about that. You predict something, and maybe you really understand that a goal is in the air and then the goal arrives, or this particular team is not really organized well because, I mean, that part is not well covered, and the goal from the opposite side arrives from there, and so on and so forth. What is this? Literally, this is training our predictive brain. Our capacity to navigate the world is related to our capacity to literally predict with 1 or 2 steps ahead what's going to happen in the most diverse situations. What we know from today's neuroscience is that literally our brains are predictive machines, and the best way to be innovative is exactly to hone our capacity to make prediction in every kind of everyday experience. So what I'm telling you is that in a place in which you foster high levels of cultural participation. By the way, cultural participation for challenging experiences, not only for familiar ones. And you also foster high engagement in activities that train the predictive brain, including sports, because of course, that sports also have a strong impact on your physical shape, of course. But interestingly, also the mental shape. That's interesting. If you really have the possibility to, let's say, coordinate all these kinds of activities, you have the most, let's say, viable possible laboratory for training an innovative society. Not incidentally, these regions, the Kvarken region, I mean, both Umeå and Vaasa, are among the most innovative in Europe, according to the metric of the Innovation Scoreboard. So this means that you are already starting from a very promising situation. But what is the point? The point is not just capitalizing on what you already know or what you already do. The point is going for the next step. So the idea of Culture 3.0 is exactly this. Do we want to make a challenge through culture and try to understand how these strange cultural experiences can really power up a new possibility for innovation and attraction of talent in a region like this? There are all the opportunities to do this. But you could say, okay, but innovation is about the Silicon Valley. I mean, we can be good, but I mean, we will never be good to really be competitive at the global level. Look at what's happening at the Silicon Valley. The Silicon Valley is not in the best possible shape at the moment. And one of the reasons is that there, the idea of innovation is entirely related to the notion of the visionary individual entrepreneur. This kind of vision is really tearing down dramatically because today, innovations have to be socially sustainable. What is becoming the trouble of the Silicon Valley? They have ideas, but they don't care at all about social sustainability. As a result of this, San Francisco is one of the few metropolitan areas in the United States in which the homicide rate is increasing. Literally, one of the most liberal and livable cities in the world is becoming a hell exactly because you are the cradle of innovation, but this has nothing to do with social sustainability. What is the chance of Europe? We can be innovative and socially sustainable. We have learned from past mistakes because we have a longer history and fortunately for us, longer, let's say, pool of possible learnings from this. But the interesting thing is that we can do also this through culture. And this is the real innovation that we have. So, my time is over, but my proposal is let's consider this as a possible laboratory for the next generation of culture-driven innovation. And now I'm very curious to hear the perspectives from the local stakeholders and to see together whether this makes sense or not. Thank you very much.
I hope everybody understood that Culture 3.0 is something different from the standard opinion and what we mean with culture. Something profound, different, which has to have an impact on the society. Now, we will showcase what has been done with examples from entrepreneurial culture, new kind of style, new kind of sports approach, and several others. But before we go into our, let's say, showcases and test cases, I would like to have the words from Rosa to look it from the national perspective. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is this working? Right. You have chosen your laboratory well, because, well, I have to first comment this region, because Kvarken region is famous not only for innovations, but only kind of an ambitious attitude that people are doing things themselves. And that is one thing I've been so inspired.
Something.
I've been inspired by the Culture 3.0 because there's there's the idea that we can build and fix the society by doing together and do by ourselves. Last year I was here in Vaasa Future Festival talking about how we feel in culture and arts field that it's important for every children, for young people to not only experience culture and arts in many forms, but also learn to do it by yourself, to express yourself, try to find their own means to do it, play, dance, sing, write, draw, whatever. And I've been thinking that it's necessary for adults also to learn to do it by yourself and continue. All the nice things we did when we were in kindergarten or when we were children, we should do it still. It's not only for innovations, it helps, but also to reflect and learn who we are. And when we do it together, we can learn from each other who we are together. I think in Finland, and maybe also in the whole Europe, we are living an era of many kind of crises, and one crisis is polarization. That there's something we have to fix in our society. The solidarity between people, there's something we have to fix in how we discuss together in Finland. The debate we right now have here in this country is really like we are torn ourselves apart. And even though the culture of Finland, political culture, has been very consensus orientated in the past, right now it doesn't feel that way. And I think we are all quite concerned, but somehow unable to stop it. So we have to try to find new means to do meaningful things together and enjoy ourselves, enjoy our society, enjoying our culture, enjoying to be together. And we know from many studies that culture and sports can have a huge impact on a community building, how to learn to trust the other people around you and have the sense of belonging together. And right now, I think it's one of the most important things we have to do in Finland. Not only Kvarken region, but in Finland and in Europe. But you have to start from somewhere. And even though I think it's really important to talk about these huge impacts, like this morning there has been discussion here in Vaasa Future Festival, that how culture is important for the willingness to defend your country. Because when you know your culture and are proud of your roots, and it feels more meaningful and important, and you are more willing to do sacrifices also. These are huge and big issues, but are really built in the very practical ways, like we are right now starting to learn about the things you have already been doing here in Kvarken region. But I want to emphasize two things about the participatory level, that we are growing grey as a society, and we know in Finland like 88% of Finnish people, adults, are quite active in cultural life, like going to libraries and listening to music and going concerts, theater, whatever. This is an active country, but after 64, age of 64, the levels of participating is descending quickly. So we have to build that kind of society that also those who are retired and elderly people can be part of our cultural life and society. even if they are in elderly care or hospitalized, we have to have a way to have everybody with us. That is the way to build a strong society. So remember the elderly. And the other thing is, and I think this is one of the strengths of Kvarken region, that of course government can do some culture and art for us, or city council can finance some culture and arts for us. But the main point is that it's not regulated so harshly, and it's not. There are no norms in culture and arts. So it's something we just can start to do. So this is a call for doing and doing together. And I think this is the way to fix Finland, fix our society, fix Europe, have a sustained democracy and welfare when we can do things together we enjoy. Thank you.
The most important words I will remember from your approach is that you support.
I support.
Okay. Now, we are going to something which is fundamental. Do we do? And are we going to act? And after last year's Vaasa Innovation Center, there are people who have already acted, already doing. Why I stress, in Culture 3.0, those who just request money are not those who are the best to implement Culture 3.0. Money is needed sometimes and often, but it needs also people doing with passion. Now, we in our region, we want all these talkings and analysis and philosophy. It should have an impact in the real life. It should be something productive. So we are now picking up those examples where we think there is the seed which can grow to something fundamental. And the first on stage is how to develop entrepreneurship and businesses in the region using this approach, and we have some cases. Welcome, Ippi Hovi.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And the key word is for the next 20 minutes together. Because if we want to reach our goals, if we're talking about entrepreneurship here in the region, we have to do things together. It was meaning that Tor Stendahl would have been my first guest. He runs Freyr's business here in Kvarken region, but he had to move on, so I made a video with him yesterday, and it's in Swedish. Vi kommer att prata svenska, me tulemme puhumaan suomea, me tulemme puhumaan englantia. Olemmehan Vaasassa, mutta laitetaan käyntiin. Tor Stendahl.
En av gästerna på Vasa Future Festival är Tor Stendahl som är VD för Freja Battery Finland. Tor, du har jobbat nu sedan våren. Hur har smekmånaden varit?
Det har varit jättespännande. Jag är verkligen glad att jag har kunnat komma med på det här nya jobbet och liksom komma in här och det där. Det är en bekant bransch men liksom nya människor, ett nytt område och det där. Som sagt, jättespännande projekt.
Du har träffat många intressanta personer här under dagarna på Vasa Future Festival och tagit del av deras idéer. Är det något speciellt du har fastnat för?
Jag måste säga, det som varje gång jag kommer hit så liksom fastnar jag för den här vad ska man säga, tekemisen meininki här i den här regionen. Att här händer det pratas inte bara utan det händer. Och liksom också det otroligt positiva responsen som vi har fått som bolag för våra projekt här och det stödet som vi får både från liksom Vasaborna och från beslutsfattarna och alla liksom stakeholders här, det är faktiskt otroligt fint.
Och jag kan förstå att det är jättemånga som är intresserade av när det ska börja hända så att säga på riktigt på Gigavasa-området. Vad svarar du då?
Vi jobbar stenhårt på de här båda projekten. Nu är det ju så att, som det diskuteras här på festivalen de här dagarna, att det finns stora saker som måste fallas på plats. I Finland har vi haft lite dåliga erfarenheter med bland annat på tillståndssidan. Nu säger väntar vi på att få det där slutrapporten från ELY på vår miljökonsekvensbedömning. Och det där, sen när vi har fått den så ska vi så fort som möjligt lämna in miljötillståndsansökningarna och hoppas på snabb behandling av det. Och det är ju ett av de viktigaste kriterierna för oss att kunna ta ett finansieringsbeslut.
Så Vasaregionen är fortfarande med i spelet?
Vasaregionen är definitivt fullt med i spelet.
Fint. Nå hör du, jag kan tänka mig att du redan har träffat på Energy Week och här då många av de större företagen, men hur är det med de mindre? Har de varit i kontakt?
Inte så mycket skulle jag säga hittills, utan väldigt bra diskussioner med det här klustret här i Vaasa, de stora bolagen. Men inte ännu det där, jag är förstås ganska ny själv och det där och vårt projekt kanske inte är ett ganska tidigt skede, men säkert finns det mycket möjligheter där att ta upp diskussioner och hitta vägar att samarbeta.
Så ni är inte främmande för att jobba även med mindre företag?
Nej, absolut inte. Jag menar, jag är starkt förespråkare för att använda lokala företag och det där. Det är ju jättestora projekt och det kommer att finnas otroligt många olika skeden där som vi kommer att behöva samarbetspartners och definitivt intresserade.
Kanske det dock kräver att de mindre företagen på något sätt går ihop för att kunna erbjuda en större helhet?
Jag tror det är en viktig sak. Jag vet att det finns mycket kunskap här och liksom många bolag som har varit med i de här stora projekten som har varit här i Vaasa under åren. Jag tror att liksom det är viktigt att kunna komma fram och visa liksom den styrkan och säkert kunna sätta ihop större helheter. För att vi kan inte heller liksom mikromanagera de här projekten, utan vi behöver någon som kan ta en liten större del av projektet och liksom samarbete är där ju A och O.
Vad annat ska de här småföretagen fokusera på?
Det är nog liksom föra fram sina kärnkompetenser på ett klart sätt och det där. Och det är också som faktiskt man inte ska underskatta är liksom föra fram hur deras lösningar är hållbara. Hållbarheten är A och O liksom i vår bransch nu. Hur kan vi minska våra CO2-avtryck? Hur fungerar de och våra leverantörer också? Vad är deras liksom filosofi när det kommer till hållbarhet? Det är en viktig del av hela värdekedjan.
Hur ska man göra för att kontakta er?
Skicka inte ett meddelande på LinkedIn. Det är dödfött för att jag får så mycket sådana från hela världen av företag och människor som vill jobba för oss eller göra saker, samarbeta med oss. Jag skulle säga att här finns säkert en möjlighet att utveckla någon form av forum där vi kan träffas. Och det kanske inte gäller oss bara utan de andra som också investerar här. Och kanske det är någonting som ni kan arrangera, att liksom någon form av företagardagar där vi kan komma och prata och sen finns det liksom stands där företagarna kan liksom presentera sig för oss så att vi liksom får en bild av vad det finns. För det måste jag ärligt säga att jag vet inte i dagens läge vad allt här finns. Och jag tror inte mina kollegor heller som sitter i projektet vet det. Men att kanske hitta någon form av forum där vi kan träffas och liksom diskutera.
Tack. Du kan räkna med en inbjudan redan i höst.
Det ser jag fram emot. Tack ska du ha.
Näin Tuur Stendahl, joka ikävä kyllä ei kuullut noita lämpimiä aplodeja, koska hän on matkalla ihan muualle. Mutta jos kiteytetään muutamaan asiaan, niin Freyr on edelleen kovasti kiinnostunut ja uskomme tietysti siihen, että Gigavasa-alueella pikkuhiljaa alkaa tapahtua. Ja myös pienyrityskenttä kiinnostaa Freyriä. Ja hän uskoo, että yhteistyöhön on mahdollisuutta, kunhan se organisoidaan järkevästi, ja heittipä hän sitten haasteen ja lupasin ottaa kopin ja Vasekin ja kauppakamarin ja meidän muiden toimijoiden kanssa varmasti nyt sitten keksitään jo syksyn aikana jotain. Ja kopin tästä yhteistyöstä on ottanut aika monta yritystä Mustasaaressa, meidän naapurissa. Vi ska be att Johan Malm och Simon Burman kommer fram. De representerar Finn Infogroup Oy. Det är alltså en grupp infraföretagare som har slagit sina påsar ihop, och jag tror att Johan ska berätta hur. Och på engelska. Nyt siirrytään englannin kieleen.
Thank you very much, Jippi. And thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you, Sture, as well. We was asked last week, I think, to bring you some words about what we are doing and why. And can take the next page, please. Following one. We are organizing, we are trying something that has not been tried in Finland before, we think. But in other parts of the world, yes. We are in the infra construction business. And there is, generally speaking, some challenges in also Finland and in Ostrobothnia in the infra construction business. And we are trying to solve these things long term, in 5, 10, 15 years. And why we are doing this? Can I get the next? Here is the things. The infra construction business is very low profit business. On the other hand, the contracts are very big and risky. And the balance sheet of these companies is very heavy with construction equipment. And how do you balance these investments and with the low profit, and the development is not looking very good? So how do you do it? This is a very basic question for all economical people in the companies. And we are taking the efficiency as our step forward. We need to get more efficient. We need to get resources more efficiently used. We need to do this together with others. And we need to combine other resources, other companies closer to us, and to use this in a better way. Because we can calculate efficiency how we want. We want to see as invoiced hour per year per machinery, for example. When we come to 80-90%, we can't be happy. But today we are maybe in the industry maybe at 45-50. So there is a huge potential to get more efficient. And we want to catch this potential and do this in a way. We started in January this year with infra group contracts. And we are growing fast. We are growing very, very fast. Today we have 6-7 entrepreneurs under the same roof. And the growth is huge. From 0 to we have grown maybe 200 times, 300 times in 6 months. So it's happening very much. But of course, we cannot grow with this speed forever. But now when we take in new entrepreneurs, we grow fast. But of course, this door is not open forever. It's open now, and it will be open for some more months. But then it will close, and then we will get more efficient together. And that is how it needs to be. We can't do this with all entrepreneurs in Finland together. We need to do it our way. And Simon is one of the founder of this company, is also one of the entrepreneurs in this business. And of course, we want to do it in a way that the entrepreneurs feels that they get more out of it than they need to give up. Because they also give up something. maybe some, I don't know, you can't decide everything you want anymore, but you get something instead that is more valuable for you, and it's connected to the three challenges we have there. And what's new? We are owned by entrepreneurs that want to do things differently. We don't sell this idea on Find It or any other place. We ask, would you like to join and deliver to this idea? If the answer is clear, if the answer is positive, if the answer is with huge energy, yes, then welcome. We want to discuss with you. But we don't want to sell this to anybody. We are not salesmen. We don't want to go out there and think that we need to sell something. This idea needs to sell itself. We have already seen that with these combined resources under Fininfra Group, we are able to contract in a different way. We can get bigger contracts, can get longer contracts, and we can get also better paid by combining our resources. We just signed in the May, I think it was in May, 5 years contracts for some infra works in Finland, which no one of these entrepreneurs alone could approach, which is very, very good. So now we have some new jobs to do for the coming years, and good so. I think we are third biggest in the region after 8 months of operation. So that's also good. Maybe we are second biggest after a year or so. Maybe after 5 years we are the biggest. I don't know, it depends. But this is the development when you start to hit the efficiency bottom and say that it's not okay to have our machinery, to have the balance sheet being lazy. It's not okay to have the balance sheet lazy. The balance sheet equipment needs to work all the time, every day. And this is the result. Some of our targets I have already mentioned: efficiency, growth is there, sustainability is very, very, very important. We cannot do this in a way that it's a jump in and jump out. We need to do it in a very sustainable way. And here we have also challenges, of course, as all other companies. So the new things is cooperation between entrepreneurs. That's the new things. Okay.
Simon Burman, du har önskat att vi ska prata svenska här. Du har varit initiativtagare till det hela. En första fråga, du har fortfarande ditt eget bolag, så har du det här där du är starkt involverad i. Hur skiljer du på hattarna?
Att skilja på hattarna är ganska lätt egentligen, för att samarbete är så någonting som är viktigt och ge framtiden för oss. Så det är så pass mycket större så att det tänk på konkurrensen, ska vi säga, så det är inte aktuellt inte. Det som vi har fått genom de nya bolagen som inte jag har kunnat göra för, så jag kan ju vara del i mycket större projekt som jag klarar att själv inte, och det kan vi göra tack vare det. Så att det sitter på två ställen, så är helt enkelt du måste se förbi det.
Hur är det med responsen från företagarfältet bland de andra infraföretagarna? Vill de alla med, eller vad säger de?
Vi har jättebra respons, för att många företag i regionen som är inom infrabranschen, så ger han denna storleksklassen så att de kan vara med på projekten men kanske inte klarar till de större projekten. Och tack vare att komma med igen, så har de ju möjlighet till helt nya arbete.
Siktar ni också utomlands på sikt?
Kanske på sikt.
Kanske på sikt. Nu ger vi ordet åt publiken. Voitte kysyä kysykää suomeksi, you can use English of course, and you can use Swedish på svenska om det finns någon fråga, annars så går vi raskt vidare för vi har mycket program här ännu. Här kommer en fråga, jag vågar väl gå dit, fast kameran är på.
Talking about the future, where do you see yourselves in 10 years?
Who of you want to answer? Aha.
We are a major player in the infra construction business with several specialities, different legs, so to say. Infra construction business is not one business. It's several small kind of areas of specialities. And we need to continue be specialized, and we need to get more specialized areas in. So we are going to be a wide range of player in the infrastructure business the coming years. And in 10 years, if I would guess something, maybe 100 million in turnover or so is very possible.
The future's so bright, he gotta wear shades. Kuuluu vanha sanonta. Tack Simon och tack Johan. Vi ska gå vidare. Pienyrityskenttä tekee siis yhteistyötä pienten yritysten kesken, mutta myös suurten yritysten kanssa ja myös julkisten toimijoiden kanssa. Ja nyt pyydänkin tänne Jukka-Pekka Raja-ahon. Hän on Vaasan kaupungin kuntatekniikan hanketoiminnan yksikön päällikkö. Ja puhutaan hieman tuosta kaupungin kuntatekniikasta ensin. Olen seurannut kuntatekniikkaa radiohommissa aika monta vuotta ja nyt sitten yrityshommissakin kuntatekniikasta kuulee monenmoista kommenttia, mutta sen voi sanoa, että arvosanat ovat parantuneet yrittäjien suhteen viimeisten 15 vuoden aikana. Mistä tämä mielestäsi johtuu?
No kiitos tästä palautteesta, mutta jollakin tavalla mä en ihan allekirjoita, että olisi parantunut. Mielestäni on ollut, niin kuin tuossa mainittiin aikaisemmin, hyvä pöhinä, tekemisen meininki on ollut aina oman historian aikana, mutta joo, varmasti tehtäväkenttä on laajentunut ja tekemistä tehdään niin kuin isommalla mittakaavalla mitä aikaisemmin, eli paljon laajemmin tehtävää.
Mennään sitten näihin hankintoihin, jotka tulevaisuudessa ennusteiden mukaan ovat yhä tärkeämmässä roolissa myös pienyrityskentässä. Kuinka paljon pienyrityskenttä ottaa teihin yhteyttä, kun kyse on hankinnoista?
No, jos puhutaan niin ja tarjouspyyntökilpailua, niin siinä vaiheessa oikeastaan se tarjouspyyntö rajoittaa vaan siinä kysymysvaiheessa, kun me annetaan mahdollisuus yrittäjille kysyä tarjouspyynnöstä. Mutta näin muuten käydään tietenkin sellaista mikrokeskustelua arjessa, mutta sitten on muuten sähköpostia ja puhelimen kautta normaalia kanssakäymistä, mutta sitten taas on infran puolelta ollaan oltu yhteydessä jonkun verran ja pidetään heidän kanssa yhteisiä palaveria ja niin sanottuja kehityskeskustelua.
No te tiedotatte, mutta ottaako pienet yrittäjät yhteyttä?
No voisi ottaa enemmän, totta kai. Joo. Et kumminkin ollaan aika pieni alue, missä paljon pyöritään, tietenkin paljon tunnetaan, että ollaan niin kuin sieltä tavalla tuttuja, mutta voisi olla sitä keskustelua paljon enemmän, ainakin itse toivon.
No nyt kuulimme esimerkin Mustasaaresta, jossa yrittäjät ovat menneet yhteen niin, että päästään suurempien kokonaisuuksien kimppuun. Mitä ajatuksia tämä herättää sinussa?
Siis positiivisia tietenkin. Et tuo kuulosti tosi hyvältä ja näin tilaajan puolta tässä tapauksessa Vaasan kaupungin puolta mehän aina toivotaan, että olisi mahdollisimman paljon erilaisia tarjoajia ja erilaisia tekijöitä ja uudet on aina niin kuin tervetulleita.
Ja tuossa puheenvuorossa kuultiin, että tämä niin sanottu vihreä siirtymä on avainroolissa heillä ja se alkaa olla myös teillä avainroolissa, vai onko jo?
Joo, Vaasan kaupungillahan on hiilineutraalisuustavoitteet että niitä me niin kuin koko ajan mennään, että siinä ollaan hyvässä vaiheessa, mutta töitä on vielä paljon, mutta koko ajan se on siinä arjen tekemisessä mukana.
No mainitset tähän loppuun vielä joku tuollainen hanke, joka toteutetaan teidän toimesta nyt lähivuosina.
No tuossa missä äsken oli maininta, millä aloitettiin tämä, niin, eli tämä Laajametsän Vaasan alue, niin nythän se rupeaa olemaan valmis, mutta siellä on vielä tekemistä, mutta sitten Vaasan satamassa on isoja hankkeita seuraavan 10 vuoden aikana vielä, että ne on niin kuin sellaiset ehkä tärkeimmät, mutta sitten tämä, mikä on nyt noussut puheenaiheessa paljon tuossa sosiaalisessa mediassa muutenkin, tämä pyöräilyn kehittäminen, että se on niin kuin iso satsaus, mikä on taas sitä vihreään siirtymää.
Se vaatii oman festivaalin se, joten annetaan mahdollisuus yleisölle kysyä, jos on jotain kysyttävää tässä vaiheessa, muuten mennään ohjelmassa eteenpäin. Meillä on paljon vielä tulossa ohjelmaa. Jos ei, niin kiitoksia ja sitten vaihdetaan sukupuolta haastateltavien suhteen ja toivotetaan 3 daamia tervetulleeksi. Me pärjätään näillä 2 mikillä, jos sieltä tekniikka ei tuo lisää. Siellä on 1 mikki lisää. No niin, hyvä. Kiitos. Jenni Parpala, hän on Vaasan yrittäjien puheenjohtaja ja Suomen yrittäjien varapuheenjohtaja ja pyörittää Kiffel-nimistä yritystä. Ja hän on kova daami suosittelemaan muita yrityksiä. Koska olet viimeksi suositellut ja minkälaista yritystä?
Taisi olla ennen Vaasan festareita, kun piti käydä sokeroimassa jalat festarikuntoon, niin siinä suosittelin paikallista yksinyrittäjää. Mutta se, minkä takia mä suosittelen niin kun muita yrittäjiä, on se, että niin kun meillä on valtava voima meidän pienyrityskentässä, ja meidän pitäisi niin kun rohkeasti avata sitä meidän ajatusmaailmaa, että miten me saadaan euroa enemmän liikkumaan toistemme välillä. Ja mulla on muutamia käytännön esimerkkejä, jos saa sanoa. Mulla on siis nykyään Kiffel-pesula, me ollaan pieni pesula, ja ennen mä pyöritin 8 vuotta siivousalan yritystä. Sitten Seinäjoelta mä aloin saamaan tekstiiliasiakkaita, mutta koska totta kai köyhän miehen markkinointitoimisto, niin ei kauheena tee mieli ajella Seinäjoelle turhaan. Ja sitten taas vastaavasti mulle tuli koko ajan puhelisoittoa, että onko suositella siivousfirmaa. Ja mä tiesin yhden firman, joka siivosi sekä Seinäjoella että Vaasassa. No, mä rupesin hänelle tiilaamaan näitä siivouskeikkoja, ja hän toi ja tuo edelleenkin tekstiiliä tänne Vaasaan. Ja mitä tapahtui? He palkkas viime kuussa 1 ekstratyöntekijän, niin 3 hengen firma nousi 4 henkeen sen takia, koska he on saaneet Vaasasta sen verran hyviä asiakkaita. Joten tämä on niin kuin hyvin pieni esimerkki, mutta tuo niin kuin vaikutusta. Toinen sitten tästä näin, että avataan sitä ajatusmaailmaa. Joulukuussa mulle sanottiin, että pesula on konkurssissa ennen kesäkuun loppua. Mä, no katsotaanpa, ei voi pitää paikkansa. Ja mä keksin, koska mä oon Lapista, että ahaa, siellä on muuten valtavasti majoituskapasiteettia, missä pitää pestä pyykkiä. Ja kaikki sanoivat, että ei muuten onnistu, että nuo kuljetuskustannukset on niin järkyttävän kovia. Ja sitten aivan ihana yrittäjä Janne Filppula Europe-kaarilta sanoi, että ei se ole mikään ongelma, että sulla on mulla on semmoinen koppifordi, ja siihen laitetaan 11-kuutioinen semmoinen peräkärry, ja alas sillä ajamaan sitä pyykkiä. Ja niin mä ajoin touko-kesäkuun joka toinen viikko vähintään. Ja näin me saatiin nostettua yli 46% meidän myyntiä vuoden takaiseen, vaan sillä, että avataan. Ja mikä parasta, jos mä saan vielä sanoa, koska talonmyynti, kaikki tietää, mitenkä se menee, ja mä tarvin kuskia. Niin mä soitin yhdelle hirsitalon myyjälle, jolla oli tosi hiljasta, että lähdekö ajamaan mulle alihankintana. Ja näin me saatiin taas se euro pyörimään ja saatiin tuettua toinen toisiamme siinä.
Eli kuten kuulitte, hän on luova, ja luova daami on myös Hanna Yliyrjänäinen, joka pyörittää Hanna K-firmaa. Hanna, sinä olet erityisen taitava sosiaalisessa mediassa myös, kun suosittelet muita. Kerro.
Joo, tosiaan moikka vaan kaikille. Yliyrjänäisen Hanna, Design by Hanna Koolta. Joo, siis mulla on itsellä aina se ajatus, että tee muille hyvää ja saat samaa takas. Eli se pitää mennä niin, että kaikki voittaa, niin silloin se homma toimii. Ja mähän työllistän mun yrityksen kautta, mulla ei ole yhtäkään työntekijää, vaan mä toimin vähän samalla tavalla kuin tämä infrafirma. Eli mulla on suunnittelutoimisto, jossa mulla on muita yrittäjiä tekemässä hommia. Eli mä työllistän muita ja mä oon se niin kuin, tavallaan se brändi ja se nimi siinä, ja sitten me saadaan isompia kohteita, kun meitä on isompi porukka tekemässä. Plus sitten, että meidän kautta tulee verhoja ja mattoja ja kalusteita ja rakentajia sun muita, niin tavallaan me työllistetään siinä montaa eri sektoria. Ja tavallaan siinähän sitten tullaan siihen, että löytyy niitä hyviä yhteistyökumppaneita, joita mielellään sitten suosittelee eteenpäin, ja taas sitten ne suosittelee meitä eteenpäin. Mutta tokihan tämä ei toimi, ellei se laatu ole hyvä ja se palvelu pelaa. Että ollaan me myös tiputettu pois siitä sit porukkaa, jos ei se homma pelitä. Mutta tavallaan niin kun, tämä on se suositteluajatus itsellä. Plus sitten se, että kun me tehdään noita kohteita, niin mä yleensä kuvautan kohteet, varsinkin jos on ollut jotain vähän tämmöisiä isompia, ja sitten pyydetään asiakkaalta referenssi. Niin tavallaan se toimii sitten myös siinä hyvin.
Eli yhteistyöllä eteenpäin juuri niin kuin tässä on peräänkuulutettu. Tanja Davidov, sinulla on laajat verkostot. Ne koskevat yrityskenttää, ne koskevat poliittisia päättäjiä, ne koskevat myös julkista sektoria. Kuinka sinä sitten autat pienyrityskenttää tässä suosittelussa?
No mun mielestä nyt kun silloin 2018, kun Taika Chocolate perustettiin, niin en ollut ikinä aikaisemmin rakentanut startup-yritystä niin kuin nollasta. Ja mun lähtökohta myöskin, niin kuin tässä on tullut ilmi, niin mun mielestä yritystä ei voi pyörittää ilman sitä, että otetaan aina se muut siihen mukaan. Ja silloinkin kun mekin ollaan edelleen hyvin pieni yritys Taika siis, niin kun mä lähdin rakentamaan sitä verkostoa siitä, että otetaan koko ajan muita yrittäjiä tähän mukaan. Ja ehkä paras niin kun esimerkki tästä on se, että kun me lähdettiin kansainvälistymään heti sillä suklaalla ja päästiin hyvään alkuun ja korona tuli ja pilasi kaiken, niin sitten me ruvettiin miettimään, että me ei voida jäädä tähän niin kun, makaamaan, niin kun tulee makaamaan, että jotain pitää keksiä. Ja meidän silloisen toimitusjohtajan kanssa keksittiin tämmöinen loistava idea, että me oltiin just saatu nettikauppa pystyyn. Ja kun meidän tuote oli kuitenkin, me haluttiin olla lahjatuote, missä me yrityksille tarjotaan niin kuin tämmöisiä lahjasettejä, niin me saatiin idea, että tilataan muilta niin kuin pientuottajilta niiden omia tuotteita ja tarjotaan settejä sitten niin kuin yrityksille joululahjaideoiksi. Ja se vuosihan oli aivan loistava silloin, koska kaikki halusi tukea pienyrittäjiä, ja me tehtiin niin kuin paras vuosi ikinä. Ja se oli tavallaan niin kuin oiva esimerkki siitä, kuinka voidaan, niin kuin, ja meille oltiin tosi kiitollisia myöskin siitä, että niin tämmöistä mahdollisuutta tarjottiin muille, jotka oli ehkä koki, että tämmöinen niin kuin somemarkkinointi ja muu ei ollut heidän vahvuus. Niin tätä kautta saatiin esille sitten heidän tuotteita.
Vi har en hederssak att hålla tidtabellen, men vi har några minuter kvar. Ni kan ställa frågor åt damerna. Voitte esittää kysymyksiä, jos sellaisia tulee. Even in English, it's okay. So go ahead. Ei. Sitten kiitetään kovasti ja siirrytään ohjelmassa eteenpäin.
There normally in society a big rift between people working in culture and people working in business. With these examples we try to show as examples that shouldn't be so. What it has common with culture. A problem in entrepreneurs and by company people is that you are driven by necessity, often by envy. You are so envy and jealous if somebody else is successful that you don't like to collaborate. Envy is a big problem in the cultural field. You're fighting between each other in cultural field who will get that job, that position. The same with entrepreneurs fighting about the market. So these are examples for what we say now in our program. We will try to reduce the envy by 5% and increase the collaboration with 5%. That's good for everybody. Yeah, thank you for these examples. We move on. We have an historical success, we can say it in regarding sports culture. And we start with the case football for women and boys, where this group have overcome a historical limit, cultural limit. Before it was always Swedish-speaking teams and Finnish-speaking teams, and now they work together. Please, come on board.
Now it's here. Thank you, Sture. If you say envy in business, there is envy in football also. And there is a lot of competition and rivalry in football. Let's say 20 years or 30 years ago, when I started playing football myself, I was part of the envy. Back in those days, even in Vaasa region, you choose which team you belong to, and you wouldn't never transfer to the other one. Last autumn, 8 clubs in the region decided to do something about this. Instead of competing off the pitch, we decided to start collaborating. We decided to do something for girls and women's football because we had a huge opportunity on that side. So these 8 clubs, all independent clubs, decided to go together and create a common player path for girls and women. We are 10 months into the first season. We have 2 months left. We have seen the benefits of it, and we have extended the collaboration to also include boys from next season. In this collaboration, we have 90% of all girl players in the region. We have probably 80% of all boys players in the region. We are talking about close to 2,500 juniors. And we are doing it as a collaboration. We are not building one new club that would be replacing these all. All 8 clubs still exist. They have their own independent operations. They have their own juniors, and we collaborate. So, what makes it a bit unique and different? The common thing is the player path. It's there where it starts. It's still football, and that's what we want to develop. We believe that if we collect more players together, we can provide better opportunities for them. We can have more options. So even if it's one player path, it consists of multiple journeys. We want to support players, juniors, that like to play once or twice a week, and all the way up to those players that have dreams about the national team and playing on the big arenas outside in the world. So it doesn't matter. There is a route for them all. The route starts from the individual local clubs and can end up in different end stations. Hopefully we have the VPS women's team in Kansallinen Liiga within a couple of years. And then we have all the smaller clubs that are part of it that have their own women's team in lower leagues for those that don't have the high ambitions. The player path is not only about the football aspect of it, it's as much of educating young people to healthy living. Learning them about exercise. It's about food. Somewhere mental aspects were mentioned. Those are things that we are working with the older players, learning them to manage both school, football, and other expectations that are quite tough in today's life. And hopefully they bring these learnings along when they grow up and become adults, so that they keep them, and thereby we have healthy people in the region also in 20 years or 30 or 40 years. So that's the player path. The struggle will most likely be around the culture, which you already have seen. As you know, we have already discussed it. In football, in sports, if you have two teams from the same region, you will have rivalry, you will have competition, and most likely it's not only about the sports. In the behind, you have some cultural things that also have made this rivalry. In this region, it has been the language, Swedish speaking and Finnish speaking. So what we are doing at the same time within all of these clubs is trying to build a shared culture. We don't need to have exactly the same culture, but we need to have a shared culture where we respect each other and can work together. The struggle becomes when it's talking about the amount of people. The juniors are most likely the easy part, 2,500 of those. But if you start counting the parents, the grandparents, coaches, other people around the teams, you have the business that are supporting us, we are suddenly up in 10,000s of people in a region with 100,000 persons. So yes, and that's our struggle, getting all these people. It doesn't matter if it's Finnish speaking, Swedish speaking, if they are other languages, they have moved here from abroad. So we need to find the common culture that we in the end can get the football forward. So culture is one large part that we need to be working with. Of course, the aim is also to increase the resources for girls football through the collaboration. Again, bigger volumes means that we have more resources to work with. We can think about how to do it more efficiently. It doesn't mean that we always need to create more resources. We can use what we have. We need to educate our coaches. Again, if we are bigger, we are able to do it better. But hopefully in the end, we also can find new types of resources that then promotes the football. So, to sum it up, 8 clubs joined forces for girls and women's football. After first season, we have also decided to go for 24 boys football. Thank you.
Okay, I think we move on. We have another case in this field of sports, which is as big, huge, and for Finnish conditions, extremely essential. It's ice hockey.
Hi.
And, yeah, okay. So I ask now the team from sport to take the stage. Timo, I forgot your surname. Mikko Manner. Sorry.
Is this working? Yes. This is really inspiring for me because I'm a living product of the ice hockey and sport culture in this town. So I'm so happy to be here, and I can talk to you, everybody, from my heart. So I don't have to now try to remember what I was supposed to say, because after these speeches I can really relax. So I'm a local guy, grown-up man, who started my ice hockey and different sport career when I was 7 years old. And first playing a lot of soccer, Finnish baseball, everything, volleyball. But then ice hockey take my heart, and it became my biggest love. And first as a player, and then after that as a coach. And now I've been being a lucky one to be last 20 years without not working, because I've been a hockey coach last 20 years. And last 10 years I have not been living here in Vaasa, because I've been having a professional jobs, first 8 years in northern of Finland, the biggest club of Finland, Oulun Kärpät. 4 years as an assistant coach, then 4 years as a head coach, and then last 2 years as a head coach in Sweden. So I've been lucky one to have that, my passion followed because of that early stages here in Vaasa. And then I've been lucky one to be last 7 years, and this year is now going to be 8 as an assistant coach of Team Finland national team in hockey. So I have some really important messages for you to follow. Why this sports culture, whatever it is, football, baseball or whatever, but I'm specific hockey, why it's so important nowadays. First of all, now it's my turn, and the other guy, maybe we hear him saying hello. So our turn is to give back. So we've been investing some money for the local hockey team Vaasan Sport because we want to develop and connect people more. We want to develop that children hockey, that we get more people there. We talk about the physical and mental issues nowadays. We talk about this passive stuff, what's going on in a life because you're not playing around anymore. So what can we do that we get more people in? So we've been investing money, and the first steps, our dream is to develop a good human beings, good people. That's our first dream. So we are not there to invest in hockey in a youth level or children level that, okay, maybe we get the one NHL player over there. No. The meaning is the values, and now the first steps what we took, we hired 2 full-time employers. One guy, especially when we talk about football, you guys need to have that 8 connect those different languages and group and teams. In ice hockey, we have been lucky one here in Vaasa, we have only 1 team. So all the languages, backgrounds, everybody are in the same place together. So still, now we hired the first 2 guys in the children's side. One of those his mother language is Sweden. So it's easy step to come in. And then the next thing what we are doing and already started last year was that skating, it's not so easy. Maybe if you have never skate, you maybe have no courage to come and try to skate because you can be afraid, you can maybe look stupid, and then maybe you can get under some criticism or bullying or something, and you don't want to even try. And then hockey is quite expensive also here in Finland because you need all those stuff. So we are going to schools. We take our skates with us. We go to schools. Whatever background you have, you can try to skate. And then if you get like, hey, this feels good, then we take those children into the hockey rinks. And we have a really nice new arena here in Vaasa. We have 4 ice surfaces. And now the winters, when they are not so cold anymore, so you cannot get those natural ices many long period. And we don't have here we need the big ice surface for everybody outdoor. That's the next step in this city, where everybody has nothing to do with ice hockey, just doing with the people to figure skating or going out with the kids. So now we take those children into the hockey rink, and we give them low steps opportunity to start and try hockey, so that you don't have to pay anything in the beginning when you come. And then if you get excited, you want to keep going, we try to help and support, find a ways. How can you keep playing if you have no money? How can we, if you're from single parents or something, how can we support? And then we build up also that kind of volunteers, charity company here in Vaasa, what name is Vaasa Stars. So we collect money and then we develop that to those who can, we see it, who needs it more or most. And that's the first thing was that we try to build a good human beings. That's why we want to build a better ice hockey sport culture right now in the city. Not just those professionals who are paddling, but those are also important. So our second message for you is that we want to connect people. We want to give meaning for the people's life. And I've been living in that innovation last 10 years. When I was a head coach and coach in Oulun Kärpät, we always say that there need to be a bigger meaning for this than just win or lose single hockey game. There need to be something bigger. So our values were important with those professionals. So we were always talking about that you are privileged, that you can play hockey, what you started as a young. What can you do now? If you try hard on the ice, you can impact the people's life quality positively. There's so many people who are supporting you and you don't know their background. So if you play hard and try hard and you are fair winner and loser, you are not bullying anything after the game or saying bad ref or whatever excuse. You can be a good idol and you can impact people's lives positively. So that was the one big thing to get people, connected and give meaning to their life. So many times those idols gives big meaning, and then the hockey stadium, if you think about the hockey stadium, it's a huge place where people can connect. There are those children, their parents, of course, then there is there's the coaches, volunteers, all kind of leaders who are connecting in those teams. Then there is now a nice restaurant where is a lunch, so all the businessmen women in this area can connect there. And of course that professional team who started their season friendly game yesterday, and still here was what it called Vasa Art Night, and hockey game was before that. I think 2,000, 3,000 people maybe were watching first practice game. And then we talk about this Kvarken region thing. Tomorrow Vaasa team is playing against Umeå team. And that's the men's team here in Vaasa, and the youth team is playing in Umeå. So this cooperation goes that we build this connection together. And I have a couple of really good stories, short stories about this, that when you give meaning for the people in their life, and how can you help? Because the other thing in those values with Kärpät and Finnish national team is that help people to get a positive impact in their life and also help each other. And how can you help? Because in the hockey there is a lot of fans. So we in Kärpät, we had a lot of teenage supporters. And they are all over to Finland. And one girl, I have many stories, but this one was specific. She was living 700 kilometers southern from the Oulu, and it's not so easy to travel there to look all the games. So when we were playing away games in the south of Finland, she was always there. And then we get to the finals, and she made I have home that book. She made an unbelievable book about where she had everybody, every player, every coach, every equipment manager, and many different photos and stories. And she was telling how much you mean for me, how much you mean. And she was bullying in the school because she wasn't really. And I took that book, and before the game, I think it was final number 4 away game, and I read a couple of examples for our team. Nothing to say with the ice hockey, but all about feeling and emotions. And we won that game. And after the game, when I have a Finnish media, I was lifting that girl's impact for us up. And she was so happy, and she get confidence, and it was easier for her to go to school next day. And last 2 seasons, Finnish national team has been playing a world championship here in Finland, in Tampere. And the other 2 years ago, in that first tournament, so I get a phone call. One family member I know who's doing good in collecting some Christmas presents for the humans who don't have so much money. So he called me that, Mikko, I have here one single mother and teenage boys, 12 and 14. Who is 12, he's being hard bullied in the school. Can we do something about it? So I asked our national team media person that, hey, we need to do something. So we were invited to that family in our Finland hockey game in World Championships. They get the jerseys, everything, good places. After the game, they come to locker room, and then I get famous Finnish players, Marko Anttila, Sakari Manninen, Sami Vatanen, all come with the sticks. They take the photos. They ask, can we put it in the social media? Of course you can. Then he go back in school. I get the phone call after a week or two. Mikko, unbelievable things had happened. Now he's a hero of the class. Because of that, when the teacher took at, hey, I had this kind of, and everybody started asking why those famous players are with you. And so you never know what's going on in somebody's life, but when you have a good sport culture, when you have a good, like I have get a really good mental and physical develop because of being a part of many wonderful hockey and football teams. So I'm a living example. Let's do some good things in this area to develop this sport culture. Thank you.
We have one person who put in some meaningfulness also. But I thank you, Manne. It was an excellent description. Also the football, excellent. And we shouldn't forget that these two things, they almost are in touch with 20,000 people every week. It's very difficult to make up a museum which has 20,000 people every week as visitor. And this has a fundamental impact. So the cultural, we need to redefine the culture in a new way. But now a person, Oskar Osala, why we want him to say some words. We will just do it. He's not able to be online. He's just now playing golf. But he's a person who has been trained by sport. He achieved the top in the world, earned money. Now he wants to pay back. Oskar.
Hi, I'm Oskar Osala. I'm a Vaasa-born former professional ice hockey player who now has had the honor to be part of the Vaasa sport organization in actually quite a few different roles. The reason why I wanted to finally come and help Vaasa sport is because I've played throughout my career in many cities where ice hockey has been bigger than life for pretty much the whole city. And that's something I feel we have the potential to do in Vaasa as well. But right now I feel ice hockey is just a little thing for a small group of people, and I really would like to be there helping and developing Vaasa sport organization so it will be a uniting thing for the entire city and the entire Ostrobothnia. And how we could do that, I think, would be simply being more active in the community, try to find ways to help and be visible and be role models, use the hockey players as role models in the whole community. And also, I think a way to achieving this, and which is very important for me, is making the youth program better, to make sure that in the future when people know that a kid in school plays for sport, you can know he's a good guy, he's a good person who has good values, and that's what I think we have to do. We have to make sure we raise good people, good children who will, if they don't make it as a professional, which is a less than 1% chance, they will come back and watch sport play later on and have their kids come play in the youth program. And also I want to find ways to cut costs. Hockey is quite expensive sport now, so I would like to somehow find a way to make it a sport for everybody, and not just for the people with a little bit more money. So these are things that I really value, and this is why I'm in Vaasa Sport, and I really hope people who see this video, and if you have any ideas how we could help and do stuff together, help each other, we are there, and we want to definitely try to help you as well. All right, enjoy your day.
If we really look into impact, we have shown now some examples where the region can be a forerunner, but we have one big new area on top of this, where it is of huge importance with culture. That is working culture. Culture in the work to make meaningful working day, and with achievement of impact and maybe innovations in the final end. There is one person in a big company, Mr. Päivike, who has devoted his time, just by passion, to try to organize a community. So now I give the floor to you, Päivike, to tell what you have done.
Thank you, Sture, and pleasure for me to be here to explain some of the things that a fabulous team has been working on. We actually started this last year in this very hall where we had a session to discuss about what are the things that are good in Vaasa and what are the things that could be further improved. And we have had a team of people from the industries, academia, students, as well as, and most importantly, from various cultural backgrounds. Because for Vaasa to develop, we need to be a very strong region in terms of having wider acceptance. Excellent progress with the football. I mean, these are very small things at the end. What is the language? What is the cultural background? The main thing is the impact, the meaningfulness, to have a good life. And these differences are minute in the big picture. There are so many things that can be really said that these are problems in the world, but all of these are actually, I would even doubt, they are strengths for us, because the difference creates the variety. That makes the difference. Otherwise, we are those 45-year-old white men from the Ostrobotnia region, so it starts to get pretty boring. So what we have done is that we have initiated now several initiatives. We have brought people together, and the idea what we want to drive is to continue bringing people together. So the community, it is intended for the population of the whole region, and we are encouraging people to get active. We are encouraging people to participate. We are encouraging people to be on board, make initiatives that we can then foster a more meaningful life, both at work and off work, because these are all things. Often companies, they do a lot in sponsoring employee satisfaction and happiness, but then what happens in free time? So we also want to do this. Sports is a good thing, but then there are those who want to engage with other activities. And this is what we really need to do. So as it was mentioned, I think Rosa mentioned this call. I was just thinking the same, that we have this kind of call for action now on. So the teams are looking into ways of initiating new things, and we are welcoming everyone who is interested to join this. So this is a perfect opportunity. We are now starting. We have a lot of good things in the pipeline. And as an example here, we have this the community festival, which we have a great team of people on a fully voluntary basis, organizing an event for families, and we had a turnaround, or people, more than 100 coming to this event. I was personally, first time in my life, playing an African drum, doing yoga, amazing stuff. So this is really going into the bare essentials of a happy life. Happy life in Vaasa, and this is what we have seen happening, and we will see much more of that in the future. Thank you.
I repeat, calculate, sports engaging 20,000 people every week. If we engaged working force, we engage another 20,000 every week. That start to be impact on huge positions, and we are just starting. Now, we have additional one, let's say, completely new approach in this case, that is educational culture, how to educate people with a new concept. We have from Vietnam, Bami. You are ready? Okay, explain what you are doing. And can you show examples how people get inspired and successful through your method?
Hi everyone. My name is Bambi. How many of you know the Disney character, the Bambi deer? Yes, many of you. You don't? Okay, yes. You can watch that one later. But Bambi is not my real name. I come from a very small village in the central Vietnam. And my parents were very traditional. And they've always wanted to have boys instead of girls because boys have higher value in our society. And my parents' first two children were girls. And back then, you didn't have any technology to see whether the baby inside is a boy or girl. So you just need to keep trying. So then, after the first two girls, they decided that next time it has to be a boy. We really, really want to have a boy. And then they kept trying. And the day that my mom was going to the hospital to deliver the third baby, my dad brought all the friends over in front of the hospital, telling them that, hey, if it's gonna be a boy, I'm gonna buy you beer. You're gonna drink as much as you want, and it's gonna be a big celebration for the whole village. Yay! And then the nurse came out to inform it was a girl. And all the friends left right away because it's just a girl, nothing to see. My dad also left because it's a huge disappointment. He didn't want to come in to check on the mom and the baby. And that baby was me. And my dad named me Ba, spelled as B-A, which means number 3 in Vietnamese, because I was born the third child, and as a girl, you don't deserve a beautiful name. So I was born into that kind of inequality world. And also as a family of 5 children, at some point, my family was having difficulties financially. Then they decided that me would be out of school because as a girl, you don't need much education. Girls only need to get married to a rich husband and then have babies, that's all. But I refused that decision. I kept going to school because I wanted to go to school. I wanted to meet my friends. I wanted to learn new things. I kept going on to the school. Then my parents needed to give up. When I was 22, it was the time that my parents decided that, okay, this is the time for you to get married and have baby. But I also, again, refused that decision because I believe that the world is still so big. There are so many things out there for me to see, and I want to go out there and see it for myself. I came to Finland because I didn't know anything about Finland. It was such a new thing. When I was Googling on the internet for study abroad opportunities, Finland came like one of the options there. And then I decided to come to Finland because I didn't know anything about this country, and it would be exciting for me to go so far away from home and then learn new things. I came to Finland and I studied international business and also hospitality management, so 2 different programs in Helsinki. I graduated and went to work in a company, in a startup in Helsinki. And then I learned about startup, and I thought for myself, one day I would love to have my own company. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I would look like, but I just want to do something for myself. So then I decided that, okay, I would love to build a company. So then me and 2 other friends, and one of them, Peter Westerbacka, maybe some of you know him from the Angry Birds, we met in a Starbucks. And at that time, I was trying to build a company in event management. So I met with him, and we just talked. Later on, we decided to build a company together. What we realized is that Finland, as good as it seems, is also having problems as well. And one of the problems is the aging population, lack of workforce, lack of international community. And we wanted to change that because somebody has to do something about it. And we decided that it has to be us. We cannot wait for anyone else to do that for us. So we built this company, Finest Future. We bring international students, young age, to come to Finland to study in high school and vocational schools. We bring students age 14, 15, 16 years old to come here because we know that with that young age, they are able to learn, to integrate into the society. They want to stay here, to study in university, and enter the workforce. This is the way that we want to build because me, when I study in international business in English, many of my friends left Finland after graduation because they couldn't find a job because they don't speak the language. So language is very important. We know that. So when we bring students to Finland, we teach them the language before they come. When they are 14, 15, they are still going to school in their home country. We teach them the language online. They learn with us for 12 months, and then they come to Finland, and then they keep learning. They graduate from high school or vocational schools, and then they go to university. This is our model. And what we want to see is a better future for Finland. Finland that is welcoming international students, workers, startup founders, many people, because this is the strong Finland that everybody needs to support. We need to have a better future, and that's why our company name, Finest Future, is also working towards that by bringing international students, and hopefully many of them will stay in Finland because they are well integrated into the society. And we started this company 3 years ago, and first year we had 15 students. Second year we have 130 students coming to Finland. And then third year, which is this year, we are having over 300 students coming to Finland. The goal is that next year we have about 1,000, and the next few years would be 15,000, 30,000. Because we know that in Finland, there's lack of international workers. About 60,000 immigrant background people are needed in all kinds of jobs in here, and our goal is to fulfill half of that. So 30,000 people coming to Finland every year and staying in Finland. We want to see a better future, and we would like to get all the support because we know that in Finland there are also people not so much welcoming international people, but we need more of that in here, more of them, because that is the future that we need. So thank you so much, everyone, for your support, and I would love to talk with any one of you interested in knowing more about our story and how we can work together. Thank you so much.
What was not told to you, but you need to remember when you go back. That system is training people from abroad with almost excellent language capacity in 8 months' time. Remember, 8 months, and they speak almost fluently, either Finnish or now also Swedish, with a new approach of learning. It's possible to do with different new methods, educational stuff. For example, using AI, you can also train people very fast to be good at language. So this was an example of a new culture, which is also needed. Now, we have given now some examples, not only for ourselves, about an approach where a new attitude to culture can have tremendous impact of the everyday life. Not just to have an event, celebrate and applaud, but nothing happens in practice. We have explained that we can do by changing our mentality regarding culture, so it changes the reality. It has an impact in the real economy, it has an impact of the development of the society. Now my simple question, is this acceptable to be part in Culture 3.0? Pierre, answer.
With such a stark order, I can only answer. But of course, I'm really amazed. I mean, I have learned a lot this afternoon. Fantastic experiences. I mean, I've just taken mental notes all the time. And honestly, I think that, yeah, it's clear also why this is one of the most innovative regions in Europe. Because, you know, it's really, there is the courage to explore new routes in very interesting ways. And by the way, I like very much two aspects that were just going through all the presentation. The sense of togetherness, so the aspect of the community, so important. And also, at the same time, this idea of raising human beings. Because of course we have to be productive. Of course we have to pursue economic values. But first of all, we have to create the conditions for people to be human, because that's the only way to create a sustainable society, a sustainable economy, and in some sense a sustainable future. So honestly, I feel very energized, and I think that clearly we can make a pilot experiment here. By the way, it is also extremely encouraging and inspiring that I briefly met with the mayor of Umeå before. He was just leaving, but he already told me that he has 100% support for the idea of working together, Vaasa and Umeå, in a project that at this point could really become a watershed for Europe in terms of, as it was said already by Rosa, I mean, it's so important to overcome polarization, to overcome all the aspects that have been plaguing recently the European vision. Of course, the European vision has a lot of issues. Of course, it's not perfect. Of course, there are so many things we don't like. But it's probably the most ambitious and far-reaching project to create a bridge across so many different cultures and a sustainable future for so many different communities. In a moment in which, even in countries that are homogeneous culturally, there is so much polarization, so much fragmentation, it's very difficult to imagine that we can look with confidence at the future if we are not even able to create common ground within the communities themselves. So the idea of working on this culture-driven innovation that is at the same time providing a more humane approach to future development and is providing new opportunities for social cohesion is extremely important. And I would really like to thank Bambi for this last presentation. It was amazing. Amazing because it really shows the power of cultural diversity. I mean, what we have in Europe is this. I mean, if you travel, let's say, across, let's say, Kansas, you can drive 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and you barely see a couple of towns. If we drive 4 hours, 5 hours across Europe, in many cases, you cross 3 different languages. we have this incredible resource that is our cultural diversity. The fact that we speak different languages can be a barrier, but it can also be an incredible stimulus to those different things, because it's exactly the power of diversity that we were speaking about before. So, I mean, I would really like to pursue this common dream with you, because it's not just a dream in terms of wishful thinking. It's a dream because, of course, it's something that has yet to materialize, but I think that there are all the opportunities here. And in my capacity as the director of the policy area of the KIC, I will immediately report to the CEO of the KIC about the fact that here I think we have the ideal conditions. In some sense, he was already confident about that, because he told me already, okay, if you see that there are the right conditions, you can already say that there is the full commitment of the KIC Culture and Creativity to work on a possible laboratory for the Kvarken region to become the pilot project at the European level. And at this point, I think that probably that's a very good bet. So looking forward to working together if you think that there are the conditions for this. Thank you very much.
Is somebody against that? No? In that case, we have to decide to do it. We accept what we have to do. He can be lazy, right? We have to now to start to do. So the first decision we have to make is who will take care of this? And I say, which is the answer? I, you. Everybody sitting here has to take care of it. That cannot be said somebody else. A structure, organization. No, every single individual who wants to be part has to do it himself, herself. Everybody, personally. Take the mirror in the morning, am I 3.0? Or am I something completely else? And in the evening, have I worked according to 3.0? Or has I done something different? Just because I'm a little bit lazy, I'm dumb, or whoever I want to do. I don't want to be a good example, no. But anyhow, the reason I say is, yes, we will decide to accept your proposal. We will take the responsibility to do it, but at the same time, we can almost agree that formalities has to be done. This is not just what I like to do in the morning and evening. And from that point of view, I think we can agree that Kvarkenrådet should be the structure responsible for the things which has to be in order, papers, and also the possible funding, which is, let's say, of interest for everybody, but preliminary agreement that when Kvarkenrådet requests to be and take this responsibility, the funding should be according to the normal rules, that if there is a local funding of 50%, the KIC will provide the 50%. But that's for further discussion, but anyhow for you to know. That let's take an applaud that we joined. Any other issues? If not, I just propose those who are interested to push this further, because now we showed only examples of huge impact with a new cultural thinking. But of course, I just mentioned, we have a lot of issues which, of course, we didn't put now on stage. It should be. We have a wonderful, fantastic amount of museums which should be rethought in a sense. How can these museums be something, when you go in, you get like fresh air, fresh water, and you are going to think what you should do in the future. Now the museums are not that. I just think this is also a thing I just mentioned as an example, to overhaul the function of all museums in the area. So they are like freshness for everybody who come in to think about how lovely I could engage in something in the future. Now, with that said, I said that covers also all other traditional cultural things. How can they renew itself to have a real impact? With these words, I think we can say we have done what we should do now, and we proceed during the coming weeks to finalize paperwork, administrational work, and start to build up a program, the first program steps, already in a way that we can say we are working seriously now, not only by pilots. We should perform and be part of an ongoing process the coming years. Thank you all, and we accept now your proposal. Thank you, everybody. The exhibition hall is open 1 hour more. Please have a look. It's not yet as fantastic as it will be, because it's now covering only 300 square meters, but will triple. It's a first step of making technology, say, and not only technology, also using culture to make technology understandable, and to create interest in natural sciences, which is a huge importance if we want to keep here the export industry. You need to be interested in physics, mathematics, biology, chemistry, on a total better level than it is now today, from people coming out from the school. It's not enough. Okay, so exhibition center for those who are interested.